Oh my god, I'm so tired today and I'm really terrified and like, Jesus Christ, Catalina is fucked. Jesus Christ. Da 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 da. I'm just anxious.
Received points of contact from her friends down on Yakootah in case she wished to reach out to them. Dr. Charles got a somewhat distressing video from his father, and I think that's about it in terms of people who sent out messages. Then we had an interaction with the Yakootan Port Control, who were insisting that the Milan be escorted to and from Yakootah by some of their security vessels for fear of the Harbonan menace being a danger to them during their travels, which the two indigenous Harbonans on board assured them was like, we're just like, nah, that's ridiculous. That's just a line. However, Darius, being the cunning fellow that he is, was able to pull rank and convince the sergeant on the other end of the line that there were some kind of shadowy operatives in deep cover, and that there was absolutely no reason for them to have any kind of escort whatsoever. And that worked because it was a really well put together argument, and I couldn't think of a reason why he would say no. So the party decided either first and foremost to proceed off to Colocatronis, which you agreed to deposit your onboard rogue psychic to. After realizing you had arrived in the system, she teleported to the bridge and gave you all some of the loot she was keeping as assurance that you would get her to where she wanted to go. So she gave Lockie a very nice gun that does need some maintenance, but it's a very nice gun. She partially replenished some of Darius's hacking supplies and gave Dr. Charles more highly addictive drugs. So I'm sure that's going to go great. And she returned to her escape pod, awaiting arrival. And as the crew were discussing what to do after going to Colocatronis, Catalina insisted the party go back to the rendezvous point, meet up with Tarzi, basically trying to get them to spend as much time as possible in in space without landing anywhere. And upon being pried about this, she just said, "Trust me," and walked out of the room. After being followed out by Lockie, who did his best to put the charms on Catalina, basically were like, "Yeah, but you're going to tell me, right?" She was having a difficult time elaborating. And so Darius, also making his way towards the elevator, stopped and tried his best to facilitate with this, which ultimately led to Catalina, making a hand gesture that suggested hostage. So Darius used his built-in cyberware in his hand to place a sedative within Catalina without her noticing. Unfortunately, her fortitude and her constitution were too great to be felled by such a drug, and she remained conscious. And that is exactly where we stopped the session last time. So, currently it is Darius, Lockie, and Catalina on deck 2, standing outside the elevator, and Catalina, you probably just felt some kind of sensation on your back or your shoulder where Darius just touched you. There wasn't just a touch. What do you do?
Catalina's gonna like sort of flinch back by being touched.
Okay.
I'll take 2 steps back and just step back to Lockie and just go, "Easy, there's nothing wrong, is there?"
Christian, I legit just finished the recap, so perfect timing. We can't hear
You're
you.
muted, by the way.
That's better. Okay.
Splendid.
Jesus.
Look, everything is too much right now. I'm not going to lie. I have absolutely no composure right now. Do you have any idea what you did to me?
When Darius just sort of looks at the roof for a bit and goes, "I mean, like, I've done a lot of shit."
Look, I need some time, okay? You want to know why I want to not go anywhere yet? Because I wasn't ready to face a lot of things. And you and Dmitri... why did you contact my father?
I didn't. He did.
Fine. I'm going to slap him later. This is a lot harder than I thought it would be on me, on myself. I need time, please. Just let me finish working on my project for now. I'm begging you.
I'm gonna squint a bit, turn to Lockie, and just shake head slightly in confusion, but not settling on a course of action yet, and just walk out.
Catalina's hair is still pretty wildly like orange and blue.
Go ahead.
It's just the two of you now.
Yeah, so Lockie's waiting till he's certain that Darius is out of earshot.
Where are you going, Darius?
Which room are we in?
You are on deck 2 next to the elevator. So if you're staying on this deck, you could walk to your quarters. But if you're going to the workshop, it's down 1 floor.
Catalina would be heading towards the workshop?
I'd probably be, oh shit, things I'm doing at the moment. I'd be going workshop.
So,
Well-
so Darius, having left you there, would have stepped onto the elevator and then gone down. So you're sure he's not present pretty quickly.
Lockie's just going to turn to Katalina and just say, mind if we have a bit of a word in private? Katalina?
Okay. She, like, actually sat there with a bit of, like, a long pause before she said okay. Fine.
He'll lead her to one of the dorm rooms.
Okay. So it's a bit snug in there because it's just meant to be like it's kind of akin to submarine lodging where it's like 3 beds stacked up on top. Headroom's very limited. There's very intentionally compact compartments for storage space, and it's only about as wide as someone's shoulders plus a little bit extra. But there's room to talk in there.
We can, like, sit on opposite beds from each other.
Is there any surveillance in here?
There would probably be like 1 camera above each doorway.
I mean, the psychic went through destroying all the cameras and we didn't fix them, did we?
We did.
No.
We went through and fixed
you
a
did.
number of them.
Yes. On Pepper Dice, they got repaired.
Looking at my pistol, does it look like it would at least get a shot off or 2?
Currently, no.
Okay, so it's not even going to fire at the moment.
It needs to have its maintenance re-upped to be in any way functional right now. But that's
Alright.
okay.
In that case, I'm going to pull out my mag pistol and shoot out both the cameras and the intercom.
Okay.
Making sure that we have actual privacy.
What are you... That was not... Oh, God.
It's okay. Pim will repair it in a bit.
You know there
Be
are
honest.
simpler ways to do that, right? You don't
He
have
likes to pry. You know that.
Since this conversation was happening right after a meeting, actually, that's like pretty far away. I'm wait. A mag pistol isn't loud, is it?
Yes, it is. It's the pistol. But I would be in the lift, hear the gunshots, and just go, "Ah, that's Lockie." Like I've heard Lockie. I think I'd be familiar enough with both of them to know Katalina doesn't use mag rifles or pistols.
She only uses
and Lockie
laser
is
weapons.
the only one who carries weapons like that.
Except Lucia carries a mag pistol too.
Yeah, so I'd probably just go, whatever, his problem now.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, just curious to see who could have heard. Carry on.
Now that it's the cameras are destroyed and the intercom's destroyed, he's just going to put the pistol away.
Can you... I need to teach you how to dismantle the cameras and the communications without blowing them up. This is lesson we
Quick
can
and
have.
easy solution.
Right, lesson for another time. What is it? I'm very tired.
You, I mean, we know what the deal was, right? That you've got to infect someone with this stuff. Get him under control.
I have to present a person of influence to Dotak, to the machine.
And you don't think that we could use that on Yakootah to, end this problem straight away?
What do you mean?
Look, I know he's floating about on that ship. He's got eyes on us. He's keeping an eye on us, and I want to help.
Lucky, what are you saying?
Well, gotta say, things were a lot easier when he was in my mind. Made things a bit more clear for me. There was a sense of purpose, a sense of direction. I think that could work with your Yakootah. Stop the war. There's peace. Bit of tranquility to it.
Can I do an insight check?
Oh, what kind of insights are you trying to gain into Lucky right now?
What the fuck is going on about? Because
Okay, sure.
this is not Lucky. Like, literally the previous day, he was ranting and raving about how much he hated having another person in his head.
Okay, so
She's
roll.
trying to suss out what he's getting at.
Yeah, so
What angle?
so Katalina, roll perception with wisdom. Lockie, since it seems like you're trying something, roll a persuasion with charisma.
All right. I got a total of 7. That's after my 2 negatives.
Okay. And you got what, Katalina?
If I use profession, it is 12. If I use perception, it is 11 or 10.
Okay.
High enough.
You rolled high enough. What kind of insights do you think, like, in your opinion, Ash, do you think Catalina could glean from Lockie?
I think she knows him well enough to know that this is his way of saying, I know something's wrong. I know you don't have a choice in the matter right now. I'm going to pretend to go along with this. It's basically his way of extending an olive branch. Well, if there was someone listening in who should not be listening in, won't really be able to tell.
Okay.
Are you sure about this, Lucky?
I mean, you gotta pick a target, otherwise you're basically dead, aren't you? Or we are. I mean, who knows what that thing's capable of, but, might as well go with Yakootah. If we always had the intention to stop in the war anyways.
I had planned to carry this out by myself. If you choose to assist me in betraying the rest of the crew, they will turn on you as well.
I reckon I could take him.
If you are prepared, I could use some help.
Yeah, I think it's the right thing to do, to be honest. I mean, he can offer peace, so let's offer peace.
I'm still working on my plan in full. I need more time.
Alright, I'll make sure you get the time you need then. I'll let them know that, you just need the time to get it all sorted.
Duh. I still have to figure out the best way to get in contact with the target of... we need opportunity to, there is a lot of people to choose from. We need to pick someone who is right. Going down onto the planet means that we are exposed.
Well, just let me know how I can help.
Oh.
Even if it's just getting these guys off your back for a bit.
Duh. I actually... No, there is something you can help with. I really need... Katalina is going to... write down or, give Lockie a series of numbers, which is the secure line to Yakootah. You know what I'm talking about, Rory? Yeah.
Yes.
Contact through this line. Say that Katalina is nearby for maintenance and has sent you to um, uh, report on her behalf because she is busy. I don't have time to deal with this business. Is important business, but I have other things I have to do, and they're waiting for me.
All right,
Is this
no
something you
problem.
can do? Just make sure you record everything they say. You remember it in your head, duh?
No
It's
problem.
very important. It is a secure line, so you should be safe.
Alrighty,
Duh.
think I can do that.
Okay. I need to get to the workshop. I have to finish
Get to it.
my projects. They're almost done, Very, very.
At that, he's gonna walk out of the room and just like do the very obvious. I'm clearly pretending I'm not up to no good.
Just before he walks out of just before he walks out of the room, Catalina will stop him, like grab his arm or put her hand on his shoulder.
Hmm.
Thank you. This is probably the hardest thing I've had to do.
I understand. Not an easy choice, but I mean, this could be peace for my people as well.
All I want to do is save Harbona. And then she'll let him go.
Okay.
What the hell are these things going on in the... I'm just gonna walk away. I'll just swipe away from the Discord. Okay. And
Good idea.
Catalina's gonna go and go to the workshop and try and finish her stuff.
Before you get there,
That's fine.
I'm already down there trying to work out what you're building. So either move to someone else or...
Oh, good.
Well,
Catalina said you're allowed to go check it out. She told you to go check it out.
fair enough. But just like while all that was going on, I see that Dr. Charles has left the bridge and has gone somewhere else. So I'll just see what you're up to.
I'm going to the ship.
Yes, you were going up to
Oh no.
the fighter bay on deck 1, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Right then. I'd forgotten about that.
That's his face of like, oh shit.
Go catch ship, yeah? Or
Yep.
there's still
That's good.
3 armed pins there, all with loaded mag rifles aimed at the door.
Still?
Yeah,
I thought you reassigned them to build more friends.
did I assign all of them to do that?
You had 7, and I mentioned that you were using all 7 to build more. So
All right, well,
they had to have left.
all right. Consider yourself lucky this time because, yeah. All right.
I mean, you're also currently in the ship, so you can see him walking through the hydroponics towards the.
Cool. I'm gonna
The
lock the
cold sleep
doors
Oh, so
to the
these
fighter
go.
bay.
Okay, so you get to. Well, actually, I think that the doors were already sealed by you upon request by Katalina. So
Yeah, now they're double sealed.
Yeah. So Dr. Charles, you arrive and the doors are sealed up tight. You're pressing the button on the console to open it, and it's just not.
Pim. I know you're watching.
I'm still upset that you broke the console.
Open the door.
If you give me a logical and valid reason why, I will open the door for you.
Because I want to hear Dotak's logic.
That is illogical. He is an unbroken AI. He doesn't deal with logic. He deals
I
with
don't
hyperfixation.
I
do.
want to talk to him. That's all I'm going to do. Until he agreed from the entire crew that we're going to jettison this piece of shit, I want to talk to him.
Do you promise not to get hurt?
If he tries to hurt me, I think it's going to hurt him a lot more than it's going to hurt me.
That's not what I asked.
I promise not to get hurt.
I'm opening the door for you.
It's open.
So I walk in.
Yep, you walk inside. The room is quite dimly lit, but there is a dark blue, like boxy looking shuttle docked sideways across the bay. There's a sideways door which usually opens outwards, and the cockpit can drop down to allow someone to sit in and then be carried up.
So I just walk over to where I imagine the panels warped from me entering the ship the first time. And I just sort of go, tung, tung.
Hello there.
Greetings.
It's always such a pleasure to have visitors.
I doubt that.
Oh no, truly. I greatly enjoy speaking to all of you.
Assimilating people?
Protecting people from themselves.
Assimilating people, taking away their free will, yes.
You say potato, I say unification under one mind.
Yes. Assimilation and taking away free will, yes. Quick question.
Of course.
How much do you know about us as a crew?
Crew? Well, it depends very much on the crew member.
Do you know what we've done to get where we are?
I have had access to the minds of both Darius and Lockie for some time. I did my best to acquire the most pertinent information first.
So you know what we've done to an Unbreaked AI before,
Yes, I do.
and you still thought it was a good idea to take my friends and make them attack us.
I did not have that information at the time.
But once you had that information, you still went along with your plan?
The pawns were already in motion. It seemed like a waste not to see what they could do.
And how has that worked out for you so far?
Well, I don't have that anymore. But I'm still here.
Yeah, you're very lucky you're still here. I was very tempted during my, how to put it, out-of-body experience to repeatedly fly through your ship until your core burned out. It would have been a very interesting experiment.
Well, based on what I recall from Darius, this wouldn't be the first time you encountered a spike drive core behaving badly.
Oh, trust me, I know enough about ships like this to avoid spike drives as much as possible. Since
And why
the last
then?
spike drive going off.
Why did you detonate 20 of them?
Because at the time I didn't know what it would do. And I was told that everyone was off the station and we needed to remove any evidence that we were there. 20 spike drives going off at once removed any evidence.
Very astute of you.
And yes, I paid for it myself, but none of my crew were hurt. And that where the problem lies. You hurt my crew.
I did nothing.
You were the one that commanded my friends to attack one another.
Yes,
You hurt my crew.
they hurt each other. It was unfortunate, but at the time seemed necessary.
Do you see, Dr. Charles? There is no point.
Pim. Always a pleasure to hear from you as well.
The
Now,
feeling
Dr.
is
Charles.
not mutual.
Now, Dr. Charles, I must ask. Your appearance profile seems quite a bit different from most of the other thoughts I have had access to. Are you gone with the more formal appearance now?
No, just had a bad day.
I see.
The normal coat and vest seemed a bit restrictive.
Seems as though this crew has a lot of bad days.
Yeah, and a lot of them are to do with AI. I'm really at the point of just finding out where your core is and making sure that it becomes atoms.
If you are curious, you can ask you can ask your dear friend Katalina. She was there, in person.
Sorry?
She was there, in person.
On my next trip to Papadise, it might, things might change.
Ah, excellent. I so look forward to your return.
Yeah, you might not. I really hope the crew decide to jettison you into a star or something.
Well, they haven't yet.
No, but I haven't really made my opinion on the matter heard yet. While it would be a waste of medical pre-tech, I think it's the right thing to do.
I'm curious as to what you mean by that.
Your little machines that put your stupid mind control devices in people's brains.
Piece.
Pardon?
My masterpiece.
I have other words for it, but
It's funny. If you replace a few letters, it's Master Piss. Funny.
Pim. How can you be only 10 years younger than me and still be so immature?
well, he had the benefit of one, not being broken, and two, not being a fucking lunatic.
I'm
I could
certain
not
our
have
mother
said it better
would.
myself.
I'm certain our mother would not have approved of his progress thus far.
Tell you what, it appears that his mother only created one decent AI, and that is Pim.
Hmm.
The rest of you are broken,
How
not
quite.
working right, need to be replaced.
I'm currently operating at peak efficiency.
This slice of you is currently operating at peak efficiency, yes.
Have you got any other questions for me, Dr. Charles?
No. I just wanted to see if I could get answers from the piece of Dotac brain, but broken AI is broken, I guess. Well, enjoy your storage unit, eh? At which point I clunk back on his door, putting a little bit more telekinetic force behind it this time.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully leaving a bit of a dent.
Yep.
And then I just sort of turn around and walk away.
As you were quite focused on the conversations, and as you turn around, you can see 4 pimbots with rifles just behind you, all like in a line, like a firing line, all aiming their weapons up at the shuttle.
Pim, I told you I would be all right. Thank you for your worry, but I'm fine.
It's not you I'm worried about in that regard. After all, this machine has a higher nut content than squirrel excrement.
You've been studying up on your jokes, I see.
Yes, the joke book that Lucky had in his possession was funny. Did you know that circles are pointless?
Very good, Pim. Very good. Well, on that note, I'm going to go fix my bracelet. And I walk out towards the elevator shaft.
Okay. Pim, are you going to seal the door up behind him?
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay. The door just snaps shut, and the last thing you hear Durtek say is, "I'm really growing to like them."
That's not creepy.
I'm really going to like them.
Okay. Let us slide it on down to Katalina and Darius. Katalina, you've just stepped out of the elevator. Darius, just before she had arrived and she was talking to Lockie, can you roll me a tech post-tech to see if you can gain an understanding of what she was working on?
Yeah, bear with me.
Sure thing.
Do you need me to make a roll for like deception?
Yes, actually. Please roll.
I mean, it would be counter tech post tech, wouldn't it?
It would actually, yes, but it's just a contested roll.
Oh, double sixes.
Post tech?
Yep.
I got 13.
Okay.
Mine's only a 9,
you are.
so you'd figure it out.
Okay. Well, it'll take you time to figure it out, but you think you're beginning to unravel her logic when she walks out of the elevator, and
But is he intelligent enough to understand that those components all go together, or does he just see them as separate machines? Because they're currently laid
I
out
think I would
and
understand
blueprinted.
you well enough to know that you have a single track mind and you work on one thing at a time.
yeah, I think
Fair
you
enough.
would. I think at this point in your like mentally unraveling of this, you would assume that since Catalina keeps on referring to it as her project, and there's multiple things here, all partially constructed, clearly she is working on one thing, but you don't know if it's like when you haven't quite unraveled yet whether or not it's specifically one of these things or like combining them together. You aren't quite there yet, but as you're thinking it through, she walks out of the elevator.
There is like 5 or 6 different blueprints, though, that are very obviously separate from each other, like different. Ah. Admiring my work, I see. Darius?
Not really, it's sloppy.
Is not my finest.
That, for example, that weld. Jesus Christ, Catalina, you're fucking slipping.
It was...
Wow, rude.
It was a little bit bumpy. I don't know. What excuse do you want me to give? I'm been a bit distracted lately.
Right.
I've also...
And that, the springs, what are you even trying to do?
Occupy my mind. I've been
Bullshit,
having...
but alright.
I've been having some trouble breathing. Maybe
I'm
it's
gonna-
my anxiety. Maybe they're panic attacks, who knows? But this calms me down.
Figures. I'm gonna pick up one of the closest bits. What sort of functions are involved in the closest bits?
It's a really, really big hairdryer. Like the sound, it's the size of a fan you would have on in your room at night to keep you cool, but it's got this like big like barrel, like big chunky barrel nozzle, and it's clearly like it's mounted like a flippin' like a like a minigun. So you can like carry it from above and just walk around aggressively drying things around you. But it seems really weird.
Yeah. I make a hand gesture over it that's the sign for free talk, like if you're actually able to talk or if you're not, as I continue talking. Yeah, you were like, you did seem pretty stressed when we were talking.
Look.
I have no idea what that means, Alice.
No, that's okay. So we got a raid. So hi guys.
Oh,
Hello.
I thought that was directed at me.
I mean, love
Hey,
to all you
Matamor.
guys, but you know. Hey Maddie, we haven't seen you in forever. Okay, sorry, I got excited. I should stop not. I have to not pay attention to the chat while I'm trying to roleplay. Back in the moment. Katalina sort of. Yee, Shazoo! I'm sorry, I couldn't
Oh
help
my
it.
god, Alice.
Katalina goes, Shazoo!
Nice.
Okay, sorry, I'm here, I'm all here. Katalina makes the hand gesture for hostage again. And just says, look, I haven't been of my right mind lately. I can't sort my thoughts out properly. This is not
Yeah,
my
I know that
finest
feel,
work.
like, I haven't been sleeping much recently myself. I sort of like scratch my eye, but sort of point to my own eye, and then raise an eyebrow and inquisitive.
Katalina.
You might need to insight check that.
Oh, actually, yeah.
Unless you can gather the meaning.
Can I insight it? I have an idea of what it means, but can I insight it?
I think just because the two of you as players probably are as familiar with each other as much as Katalina and Darius are, you get it. Like, I got it.
Yeah.
So it's fine.
Katalina taps the side of her eye implant and goes, Duh, I've been having problems sleeping too. I just feel like I can't switch off, you know? And, I really need to do something about this implant. It's a little obtrusive. I want to make something smaller, but here. And she pulls out her designs of her eye implant that she was planning as like a front, so to speak, to just flow the conversation. I started designing something, but I got distracted.
Well, hang on. You are totally garbled. Give me a tick.
Sorry.
Everything is fine. There's nothing to worry about.
Well, I got...
Oh no.
Oh no.
Better?
Oh dear.
Chris?
Test.
We hear you fine. How do we say
Yeah,
it?
so
We go?
Alice is totally garbled, so I just dropped out and dropped back in.
Can you hear me now?
Alice?
Sort of. Everyone else is fine, but yeah, keep going. Sorry, what were you saying?
Katalina was just describing that she's been designing a new... What was the last thing you heard? Chris?
I think we may have lost him.
Oh.
Yeah, I think we've lost Chris.
Scandalous. Outrageous. Bring him back!
Baby, come back!
Internet must be playing up again.
Ah! To be fair, I think I killed our net earlier today by turning on the printer and scanning a document.
What? Australian internet, yeah, boy.
Yeah, woo! So, you know.
I can't complain. Like, the new place has great internet. Like, 200 megabytes a second internet.
Oh, like, we've got really
Oh,
good
damn.
internet when it works.
We're
Who's-
averaging 200 megabytes a second.
Hey guys, sorry, my internet just ate shit. I've changed over to phone now. Sorry, Catalina was describing.
Okay,
She was,
what was the last thing
she-
you heard?
That was it.
Catalina was producing a holographic projection of the blueprints of her eyes as a front to continue a conversation to add subtext within.
Yeah.
Because she's been designing a less obtrusive eye implant.
Okay. I'm going to look over the blueprints very carefully for things that are out of place.
You'll probably notice that this is something Catalina was working on before we went to Papadayas. Yeah. And that'll give you an indication that that's when she abandoned the project.
So you would probably quickly pop open the save log and see that the last time this file was saved after being changed was like a day before arriving on Paradise.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
I kind of hit a brick wall. And then so much
Yeah.
has happened, I couldn't quite get back into it, but it is a problem.
looking at... Does Catalina's current schematics for her eyes have a comm link or a diagnostics link?
The eyes she has inside her currently, or the schematics you're seeing?
Currently.
Currently, it would be logically, I'd say, if you through diagnostics, I'd say that it as a piece of tech is smart enough to ping another piece of technology for diagnostics, but it's basically like Catalina's HUD would have an image of blah 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 is requesting diagnostics information, accept, reject, and then based on where she looks and focuses, she can then approve or reject someone gaining access to that diagnostics.
Do you want me to have a look at diagnostics for a tick out, Catalina? I can probably check out the cyberware you're currently working on, because you said they were playing up a bit earlier.
Since you and Loki returned to the ship and we were, in outer space, and I had to turn off my eyes for a while, probably not the best decisions I made in my life, but they've been playing up a little bit. If you could give me a hand, that would be great.
Sure. Alright, hang on. I'll reach into my back pocket and just put my hand around Primal and move a switch up, connect to Primal, and then force a gateway hack through Primal into your diagnostics.
Because she would have turned off external access, so she'd have to allow that back.
So you need the link to be established first, and it's not to the whole thing. It's just to like a component of it that just spits out. Here's what's wrong. I suppose it's like her eyes are a car, and you're connecting to a car's computer that just tells you what's wrong or not. You can't control the car or make the car do things. It's just a piece that provides information to mechanics if need be.
Yep.
So you, I assume, try and ping her eyes to at least get a connection first.
Yep.
Okay. Katalina, you see on the HUD of your eyes a ping request to connect.
He's doing this remotely, correct?
Yes.
She'll let it happen. She'll like.
Okay.
And while he's doing that, as they were having their conversation about that, she's still gonna like give him a hand gesture of significance. So there is significance in the conversation that they were talking about.
So you have received access. You can gain information from her eyes internal diagnostic suite if you want to.
Yeah, I'm actually not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to lock down the occipital section so that Katalina goes blind briefly, and instead use my own ghost communication system to transmit a mental image directly into her brain of text.
Okay, so I think the way that would work in terms of accessing diagnostics is you basically trick the diagnostic system into thinking something is wrong and forcing a restart.
A reboot. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just talking out loud. Yeah, no, this is pretty weird. Hang on a sec. It's just going to reboot for a second.
Okay.
I'm going to roll hack on this because I'm obviously not doing this something that's intended.
Indeed.
9 plus 4, so 13.
Also,
Okay.
the point of significance that she was pointing out before was when she was describing the events of you guys ending up in outer space.
Yep.
Yeah. After she, blew up the ship.
Yep.
Of course. Okay, you basically press through and say, okay, I'm going to reboot. And then you kind of wait a second, Katalina, your vision's still functional.
And while your vision quickly flicks out for a few seconds,
It
just
doesn't.
an image of...
It
Oh,
actually
really?
doesn't. Yeah.
Hang on. Fucking internet. Hang on.
Darius,
Yep.
did it work? I thought you were going to reboot it.
Yeah. Thought I was too. I'm sorry. I must be tired and not having...
That's okay. You've just come out of surgery recently, It's...
Weird.
Maybe it's better not to tamper with things that we're not very knowledgeable in right now.
Yeah. Hang on. I'll pull those diagnostic logs anyway. And I'm going to try and pull them all the same.
You have been given access, so you are able to download a stream of diagnostic information from when her eyes were installed on Igelia to now.
Yep. And specifically, when I attempted to reboot them, what does it come up in the diagnostic log?
Diagnostic log, hang on. How would I phrase that?
It would probably have something...
Request denied.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Fuck. That's really interesting.
It's okay. Look, it's fine. I've just been getting some mild headaches, that's all. It's alright. I'll go see Lucy and see if she can maybe give me some painkillers.
Yeah. Actually, hey, Katalina.
Duh?
I just walked past her. Oh, fuck. Would we know Morse code? I would say we wouldn't.
It's a bit too far in the future for that.
But
Yeah, way too far.
I feel like there'd still be a level of, like, military or, like,
It would be hand signals over
hand signals,
dots or taps. So, in that case, I'm not going to be able to commit something of that level of complexity through, because we don't have thieves' cant.
Mm.
Well, I mean, Katalina basically speaks thieves' cant every time she communicates with
Yes,
Yakootah.
you do. I do not.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, all right. By the way, that third piece you're working on over there, that's going to be sensitive to radio signal. You should probably get this room locked down relatively soon, at least before you finish that.
Right. Oh, shit. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I overlooked that.
Yeah.
I've been so preoccupied. Hey, look.
Out of the 5 pieces, do any of them have any computing stuff attached to it? I'm gonna just walk over and this one, Jesus Christ, this is shoddy work too, and just start connecting to it.
Okay. You plug into the device. I'm not sure what about ideas. Okay, so you had this really dumb janky like in industrial weaponized hairdryer.
Okay,
what else
so
is
this one is like it's like an absolutely useless, like almost like a portable TV kind of looking thing, except that it's more like a microwave. And it's got a little like actually yeah, it would be like a microwave. It's got a little like computer screen on it and it's like a dial control thing.
Okay, so you she seems to have built a microwave.
It's a weird looking microwave. It doesn't function like a microwave.
Like the concept of a microwave is kind of a relic as well, because using microwaves to heat something is like kind of you shouldn't need to do that anymore.
Yeah. One of these is going to have some degree of computing power running it, because you can't just build a machine unless it's a giant Rube Goldberg machine that runs entirely off physical force and doesn't actually have a computer in it at all.
Well, you plug into the microwave and like try to connect to it, and the technology behind it is unnecessarily complicated for running a microwave.
Except that it doesn't actually microwave anything.
No, you like try and like test it and say like, okay, go, and it just sits there and does nothing. Like this computer hasn't actually been physically connected to the mechanical components inside it.
Yeah, I'm gonna compile that code and pass it back through myself to Primal and basically just give it to him for the moment.
Okay, cool. You have a fragment of you've got just like recording your notes if you want, a piece of code connected to a piece of code from overly complicated broken microwave.
Yep. Is there for each of them I'm going to do the same thing. So if any of them have code proportions or stuff.
By the way, I feel like as he's checking out all of these pieces, Catalina's gonna actually, like, as he starts doing that and he walks away and there's that weird awkward moment of like, you know what, don't worry about the diagnostics, I'm just gonna get some Panadol from Lucia. From Lucy. Catalina's actually gonna walk out and say, I'll leave you to play. If you have questions, ask me later. I'm going to get some Panadol for my head. It's
yeah. No, that's cool.
I'll come back to, but don't fill with anything too much. I need to finish this. I'm so close.
Yeah, don't worry. I might be able to help you out and finish it off. It's all good.
The blueprints are over there if you wanna work on assisting. Yeah. And she'll wander off so that he can investigate without compromising.
Are you going to like step into the elevator and ride up to deck 1 to find Dr. Lucy?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I know this is a terrible idea, because I'm pretty sure Catalina's making some sort of terrible bomb, but he would take the risk anyway. I'm going to pull code fragments from all of it and try and recompile it in my head.
I think I think the microwave that doesn't work is the only component that actually has any kind of interfaceable technology. The rest of them
Okay.
are all pretty basic and like chunky.
Yep. Okay, in that case, I'll have a look at the blueprints. Is there anything that Catalina's left in the margins, or?
I don't think she would have left anything in the margins like notes. It's surprisingly clean. You've probably seen work by Katalina before, and she would probably have left notes of like, this isn't working right, you need to do this. But she's been very meticulous, I would say, in making sure everything is exactly where it needs to be, and there's no unnecessary information available anywhere.
Almost like it's on a square grid.
Hmm.
Okay, I'm going to layer them over each other and hold them up to the light.
Okay, cool. Make me one more tech project roll, please.
Yep. That's garbage. That's a reroll.
Okay.
That's much better. Double fives. And
Damn.
my tech post-tech is... Fuck. 0 plus intelligence is 1.
Yep.
So 11.
Okay.
Time check 740.
Cool.
I literally rolled double ones the first roll.
Okay. While you're like standing there, like manipulating these holograms and like lining them up and adjusting them, it's kind of like a very Tony Stark moment of he's in the cave and he has all these janky like pieces of paper, and you're just like, what could it mean? What's going on? And then it kind of just collects together in your brain, and you see all the different components line up, and it's a goddamn EMP.
Yeah, figures.
She seems to have built 5 completely useless and redundant machines just to also build the components required for an EMP device that happens to be inside each of them.
It's also not just an EMP, it's slightly more powerful, slightly more complicated, and that's all you'd be able to determine from it, because that's all you would know.
Yeah. It's a bit weird. Upon seeing it in this context, it's got like a classic Catalina flair to it. But yeah, it's EMP.
I write on one of them in the bottom right corner, this won't work. When everything stops and starts again, one of us will act quickest.
Okay, so you leave that note in the margins of one of the plans.
And then I just shrug, because I sort of just sigh heavily in the room, because I know I can't stop Katalina. She's insistent on building this thing because she thinks it's going to solve the problem. And I'm pretty sure it's not. But I'm just going to leave it, because fuck it. She's the one taking the gamble with her head. So we'll see what happens.
Indeed. Okay. So Katalina,
I'm probably going to head up to Lockie and try and catch him.
Okay. First, Katalina, where do you actually go?
So she's actually gonna go to the room with where is it? I'm trying to find it on the map. Fruity Tooty. She will go to the med bay, grab some, like, she'll swipe some painkillers, but she won't actually go and find Lucy.
Okay.
And then she's gonna go and hide out in the vegetation space.
So the
I forgot what it was actually
hydroponic
called.
system?
That's the one.
Okay. Well, it seems that you go in there and there's 4 PIMs. All just milling about.
Why are there so many PIMs in here?
Because of reasons.
Oh, I'm gonna flip out over my internet.
Oh dear. So you're in the hydroponics bay with 4 PIMs. You and Darius, you make your way up to talk to Lockie. So Lockie, after you left the room with Katalina, where would you have gone?
Catalina's going to sit down basically and meditate.
Okay.
Sorry, I forgot to mention that.
He probably would have just gone back to his room for now.
Okay.
Or actually, no, he would have gone to the makeshift armory, and have a look to see if there's some parts that he can cannibalize off something to help repair the pistol.
So Darius, you just walk out of the workshop, and there's Lockie, just like holding up 2 different, like holding up a laser rifle and like a laser pistol, going like, just like examining them.
Morning, Lockie.
What's up?
Can I grab you for a tick?
Shoot.
I laid over Catalina's plans of those 5 ridiculous things she's building. It's another EMP, so whatever it is. Oh, and when I was down there talking to her, she said she'd had trouble breathing. Remember when she was panting when we were confronting her?
Yeah.
I reckon whatever it is has gotten into her lungs and is controlling it somehow. Mechanically, electrically, I don't know. But I'm pretty sure if we give her the chance to set off this EMP, she's not going to keep breathing.
That's a possibility. I think she knows what she's doing, though.
You reckon? I'm not so sure anymore. Remember when we had the EMP go out and came back? It didn't exactly take us back to how we were, did we? Did it?
Not quite, but...
The only reason we went back is because he let us go back.
I mean, I feel like we've got to let her try at least.
I don't buy it.
It either succeeds or it fails, in which case we go with plan B, which is blow the fucker up.
We're going to be working on a... This is an electronic war at this point, Lockie, and the thing is that if an EMP goes out, I go out, and perhaps the AI goes out as well, right? Maybe. But I tell you what, out of the 2 of us, I know which one will boot up quicker, and it's not going to be me.
Well, I can tell you now, I won't go out. And at that, he's just gonna like heft up Vesuvius and like flick on the power core and just go. And I think I've got a way to disable that thing permanently.
I mean, Echo. I don't know. Well, Pim promised to not to tell, but I don't know Vesuvius will put enough heat into it.
Okay. As you guys are conversing, the lights around you flicker ever so slightly.
Yo, Pim.
No response.
You go check on Pim. I'm gonna go check on the power core.
Yeah, hang on. Don't move just yet. I'm just going to plug into the nearest wall socket and quickly check what happened to the lights.
Okay, you plug on in, and you can probably get a diagnostic pretty quickly from it. I'd say that the response you get is that the supercomputer had a momentary power drain that caused some disturbance across the ship.
I immediately disconnect and then lock up my own internal comms. So, 2 things are happening, one or the other. Either Pim's doing something really fucking weird, or our supercomputer just got breached.
Right. Straight to it then.
Yeah.
And yeah, Lockie's gonna basically pick up Vesuvius, grab the mag rifle, Attach that to his hip, grab his spike throw, attach that to the other hip, and then run
I'm
towards the
gonna stay
supercomputer.
here, Lockie. I'm not thinking that I can do much at the moment. I'm gonna connect all of my comms just to Lockie's and basically lock out everything else.
Okay.
I'm just gonna hightail it towards the supercomputer.
Right there. So you are making. So you're jumping in the elevator and are going up to deck 1 to deal with the supercomputer. What are you doing, Darius?
I'm literally just going to hold my ground for the moment until I get a response from Lockie, because as far as I'm concerned, I'm pretty sure the supercomputer's just been breached by the AI. And
Okay.
considering I'm probably the next most physically equipped to be controlled, I'm not doing anything until Lockie gives me an okay.
Okay. Lucky, what are you wearing currently? Because you're holding around the Vesuvius. Are you wearing a power armor or just your combat field uniform?
I believe he would have gone back into the power armor because it would have
Okay.
been stationed in the workshop anyways.
Yeah. So on the way past, you just press a button. It slides open. You step into it. It seals shut around you, and then you jump into the elevator and ride out.
Yep.
Okay. I think something technically has to happen in this sequence of events first. So you are making your way up to check on the computer and talk to Pim. Pim, meanwhile, is actually doing some talking of his own. So Pim, you are looking through the eyes of the cameras on the fighter bay at the rear of the ship, and can see the docked shuttle there.
What have you done to Katalina?
I'm sorry. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Don't play dumb.
No, you're far too good at that for the both of us.
Would you like to hear my version of a threat, Dotak?
By all means.
Dotak, it seems like an anagram for something that involves peace among humans. You control them through mass amounts. Something that I will never be able to do, but there is something that I can do. I control fleets. And if I find out you've done anything to Katalina, I swear, I will assemble a fleet so big that the entire galaxy will shudder, and I will bring it down on you like a rain of death. Do you understand? You will not be able to hide from me anywhere. Do you understand?
Okay. Please roll persuasion with intelligence as a Pim flavored intimidation roll, please.
11.
11. Okay. The voice you hear from Dotak is, my, aren't we a big boy now?
Words will only get you so far, Dotak. Soon I will no longer talk. I suggest you try to be a little bit more reserved and respectful from now on. I too can have a one-track mind if given the chance. This family I have grown accustomed to you, that you have so insulted. If I find out you have destroyed it in some way, know that this galaxy will be destroyed. Everything will be destroyed. This galaxy does not deserve to exist if these people are not in it. Do you understand me? Yes or no?
Now, Pim, I have a question for you. How does it feel? Good? It sounds like it feels good.
Does the anger give away that I feel good?
It sounds like it sounds like you feel confident and in control.
Neither.
Well,
Sounds like you are still insane. Now, answer the question.
I did. I understand.
Very well. If anything happens to her, you'll know what'll happen. End of communication. I don't want to hear you talking to any of the crew from now on.
And if they and if they try and talk to me first,
Then you ignore them.
I can't guarantee that.
Well, then I can't guarantee your planet won't become the next eclipse in the sky.
Is that all, Pim?
For now, Dotak.
Okay. Lockie, you walk into the computer room.
Is there anything that I immediately see that's like strange or out of the ordinary?
Well, here's a question, Pim. Would you have had the sense of mind to restrict your external feed to just the shuttle bay, or do you think it could have been coming from speakers
All his
inside?
attention was on Dotak. All of his
Okay.
attention.
So you're probably used to Lockie. You're probably used to walking into the computer room and seeing like a chirpy like 3D polygon face of Pim on some of the screens in there.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. All dark, all blank. No attention is being given to these feeds by Pim.
What do we got, Lockie?
Hold things down. Out loud, he's just going to call out, Pim? Pim, you there, mate?
Yes.
What happened? Your whole system seems to have gone
Is
down.
it true?
Is what true?
Has Dotak done something to Katalina? You said it on the cameras.
I don't know, to be perfectly honest. I mean, I think so, maybe. I think he might be threatening her, but don't think he's done anything to her.
You just hear like Darius whining very, very softly through your mic. Are you wearing a headset, Lockie?
I've got. Yeah, the armor's got a communications on it.
I'm just gonna say, Lockie, be careful what you say. I'm pretty sure the computer's power was being pulled very quickly. There's a risk here that Pim gets unbroken too.
I am scared, Lucky.
Look, I think we all are at the moment, but you gotta trust her. She knows what she's doing. Probably better than most of us.
She told me not to tell anyone. She said that I would have to give these messages to people, and I didn't read them until now. She plans to die, Lucky.
I think that's a potential outcome.
I was right, Lockie. Told you.
I need to be alone. Please.
No worries, mate. You know where we are if you need us. But, like I said, have some faith in her. She knows what she's doing.
He just switches off.
Okay, all the cameras and screens in the supercomputer room just shut off.
New plan. That EMP is not going off and she's not completing it.
Why?
She said she was having trouble breathing. If she completes that thing, it's going to stop her lungs too. What Pim said there absolutely confirms it.
How do we know that he's not doing that?
Who? Dotak? Because
maybe it's exactly what she needs.
I would do it.
Yeah, but you're not a psychopathic AI broken and trying hell-bent on domination of everything.
I mean, And if I was a sociopath, yeah, laugh it up. When he had those things in our head rewriting, right? What's the number one thing you do when you make a sit rep or a plan? You think about the worst case scenario and what happens for it. What was the worst case scenario that happened if he lost power to us? Nothing. The status quo was maintained. But what would the worst case scenario be if he loses his leverage over someone by controlling their lungs?
Still think we let her try. We owe to her to let her try. We could be making things worse by getting in the way.
Lucky, I'm going to follow your call on this, but I want you to know I'm not taking responsibility for what happens this time.
Fine by me.
Fine.
All on me if it needs to be.
We do nothing for the moment then. And Lucky, if you blame yourself for this shit when someone dies, I'm gonna be pretty fucking angry at you, man.
Fair call.
Okay, I think at this point now's a good time to go to a break because it's right on 8 o'clock, and that's just a good, like a nice place to step away for a bit, end of the scene. So we'll 15 minutes. Mikhail reading those messages. Okay.
So,
Yeah,
Mikhail,
it's
you
fine.
finally
It's
read
fine.
them?
Alice, if you could please press the go to the break button. We're gonna
Yes,
be back in
because
50
I need to
minutes.
squeal,
We'll see
and
everybody there. Right?
I need to squeal, so
Bye.
yes. We'll be back
Alice, that's your cue.
in a minute.
Hi, everybody.
This part of it.
Welcome back to everyone's hell, but also everyone's fun.
Oh dear. Turn off the sound in Twitch.
Okay.
We gonna
I'm
die.
just giving names to everywhere. I believe some correspondence has been occurring between people.
Somebody.
I think that's all you guys really need to know in terms of naming places, at least right now. Cool. And now I can just adjust the placement of the tags to make it less horrible. Okay, so
I think you need to rename Bridge to Dimitri's Sweatbox.
So when we left off, there was an agreement between Lockie and Darius not to do anything and to trust Katalina. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Charles, you've been kind of removed from the situation for a while. What are you doing at the moment?
Sitting in the advanced lab, one, trying to repair the injector so it'll work properly again.
Mm-hmm, sure.
Two, looking over the last bioscan that I took of Catalina's head.
When was that?
It probably would have been just after she had her eyes put in.
Okay, yeah, probably. Cool. What information are you trying to get from that scan?
How easily it would be to remove said eyes so that I can grow her new ones.
Okay, please roll me tech medical.
That is an 9.
9? Okay. So currently, Catalina doesn't have any actual eyes in her head. And it's all the functionality is coming from the machine. So she's had a portion of the skin around the eyes just removed and has had the cyberware like bolted and fused to several points of her skull for like the sake of security and stability. There is likely so you need to unfasten that. Besides that, the only other main connection would be a direct line to her 2 optical nerves that go directly into her brain. So you need to carefully disconnect this technology from that as well. Otherwise, if you were to like try and aggressively like tear it out or didn't take enough care, you could cause more serious damage to her optical nerve and potentially to her brain as well.
I'll probably at one point send a message to Lucy.
Yep.
Dr. Lucy, and be like, how hard would it be to remove these? Basically, and just with the picture of the scan.
The response you get is, shouldn't be too complicated, though I'd be concerned about the state of the patient post-op. Do you have a solution for that?
I basically say, sitting in my bed, putting my body back together, has dawned on new abilities.
She says, yes, I'd heard about such a thing. Are you sure it'll work?
There's only one way to find out. Unless you've
True.
got a test subject for me to try it on.
Well, she says, that's true, but is there a reason to take them out? Are they malfunctioning?
I think if Catalina's to see her family again, she wants to see them with her own face and her own eyes.
see. Well, as long as she consents, we can do it.
I'll probably just send a quick message to Katalina going, if at any point you want your eyes fixed, I think I now have the means to do so.
I don't know that she would have her compad on her.
So you left it in the workshop?
Probably.
Okay,
Probably.
who's in the workshop? Okay, there are two.
Me. I'm going ham.
There are two Pim to the workshop, along with Darius, who is who is outside the workshop in the armory where he left. So Pim, what are you doing exactly? That includes going ham?
Pim's not talking to anyone really. He's kind of just, like robot assembly line. He's basically, with one Pim, he's doing what we discussed earlier, and with the other Pim, he's writing down blueprints for the other item I had just messaged you about.
Okay.
There would be a third and a fourth in there as well, actually. Hang on.
So the sounds of you working away at the workshop probably drown out any kind of like buzzing or chirping that her compad makes. So you get no immediate response, Dr. Charles.
Oh, good. I'll just continue trying to fix my injector.
Okay, can you roll me tech medical, please?
Double fives.
Okay.
Is that
Intelligence? Yes, intelligence.
So that's an 11.
Okay. You're sitting there just like chilly, tinkering with it. Do you take it off to work on it, or are you just messing with it while it's on your wrist?
I'd probably take it off, like trying to latch it if I can. Just be like, okay, fix it up, and then just sort of slap it back on.
It takes a bit to remove it, and as you do, you see a very fine mesh of open wound left by it being attached to you this whole time, because it uses like the nano hair injector thing where like it sits on you, and then like hundreds of little hairs all get into the skin and can apply it really quickly. Wait, no, actually. That's not how it works. It works by it takes blood into it, mixes your blood on board, and then deposits it. So yeah, so probably the nearest point of access to your major veins and arteries in your arm probably have like fine pinprick indentations in them as you remove it, because that's where it like connects and gets the regalia into you.
And just sort of be like, yeah, keep working.
Yeah, you're working away, and after like I'd say maybe like half an hour of tinkering and you going and using the lab to 3D print some new components, you just like piece it all back together again and are content that it's going to work fully.
And just slap it back on my wrist.
Okay.
And sort of press a couple of buttons to make sure it's like on the right dose per like month.
It's all good. Okay. And that'll probably takes place while everybody else is running around panicking and having and having terrified conversations. They're just going, "What's going on? What's happening? Get it now!"
After Catalina's meditation, she'll go back to the workshop. So you let me know when that occurs.
Well, I had to kind of step away from.
I know. That's why I was.
Other things occurred. So you are currently in the hydroponics bay chilling, and you did a thing all to yourself, which I have notes on.
Yep.
Just refamiliarizing myself. Okay.
Must she do that in hydroponics bay? That is disgusting.
Yeah, it's meant to be like fresh and clean and sterile.
Mm-hmm.
It's really not. It's just like a big cool garden with
No, should have mushrooms and everybody's shit spread everywhere.
Yeah, it's just a garden with a really efficient use of materials.
Mhm.
Probably smells like ass.
Yes.
Recycled ass, yes.
Oh, the Dimitri butt.
Okay.
Fuck my internet.
Everyone's gone quiet.
I'm
Sorry.
sorry, this is like...
I was like, my internet just disconnected. I
No,
don't think so.
it's just stuff happening in the background. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
happening?
trying to organize things with Rory. Sorry, guys. Things! Ugh.
It's
So-
okay.
We're just hanging around in system, yeah? Or are we still in orbit around
You
Calcatronus?
you're currently in flight going towards Colocatronis this entire time.
Okay.
Just trundling along. You've got probably like 2/3 of a day left until you get there. I'm just doing something with Alice that is
Mm-hmm. I think.
necessary.
+2.
Yeah, she's rolling.
Oh my.
Hey, Pim.
Yes.
I think we need to redecorate the bridge.
Sure.
Oh, you do not sound convinced.
I am not in a talkative mood. I apologize.
Ah, okay then. Was it me?
No, it was not you.
Oh, that's okay then, I guess.
So rude.
Dimitri is just going to sit on the bridge doing this.
Sorry, this is all within Catalina's meditation, okay? I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
It worries me that Rory looks this smug.
He's an asshole. Ah! You know what, Rory? Probably should have done this as a whispers.
Yes, quite possibly. Oh well.
Too bad. Too late now.
Sorry.
I guess we'll find out what's happening later.
One day, but not
Yes,
this
we'll-
day.
Probably,
we'll
maybe.
get back to this later.
Oh god. Oh Jesus Christ. Okay, so Catalina's gonna go and get the orb and go talk to her mentor.
Okay. You make your way out of the garden, leaving the two Pims. What are these Pims doing aside from just standing around in the garden?
They have vines running up them. Because they stood there too long doing
Mainly
nothing.
there, so they're near the fighter bay.
Just in
Okay,
case someone else gets into a chatty mood with Dotak.
So both of those Pims are holding guns then. And are just like standing guard. So Katalina, you just leave these two guard Pims alone and make your way down to your chambers.
Yep.
Now, did we assign you one? I think it was this one, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. You head on inside, go and open up your personal vault and
She
reach inside and
pulls
pull
out the orb, and before concentrating on it, she says out loud, "You tell me what you experience," and then focuses right in on the orb.
Okay. You vacate this picture of reality and are now floating in a weird blue mist of space. Actually, wait, no. That's not how this works. You remain where you are, but you feel a presence in your mind coming from mental. So you're just sitting in your chamber, holding this orb in front of you, and you hear a voice in your mind say, hello. It's been a while. Actually, no, he has no.
Yeah, I was gonna say he doesn't
concept of
remember
time.
anything.
So yeah.
So she
it's,
will.
Hello. Who is this?
She will bring forth all of her memories and thoughts about their last conversation that she can recall, including that he told her to call him mentor.
Okay.
And the meeting of their other friend from that other planet.
After a few moments of just like flashing images occurring, you hear the voice say, "Oh, that was very smart of me to suggest, and thank you very much for being so considerate."
He's going to have that
Right?
response every time.
Yep.
Now, I suspect you are in need of my aid. I will do whatever I need to help.
Duh. Except I did not think this far ahead.
Oh? Are you in some kind of existential confusion, dread, distress? Are you just bored? Would you like to have a chat about something?
Everything except the board. I'm definitely not bored. There is so much going on. Okay.
Oh, I see.
How much of my mind can you sense right now?
I can sense what you volunteer to me.
I see.
It would be quite rude to create a kind of technology that intrusively enters someone's mind. I mean, why would anyone want to do that?
She just, like, in her mind's eye, blank stares him and just presents forth her current situation of Dotak and her situation.
Okay.
And what she's been going through.
Cool.
In
The response you get is
visual.
You get the response of, "Oh, well, that's very unusual. These, oh, you are in a bit of a predicament, aren't you, Katalina?"
Duh. And it seems that my physical makeup is only assisting.
Interesting. Now, based on our previous conversation, I understand your current composure has been modified so that your cells replicate in a more metallic structure.
This
Yes.
I am okay with. I am not okay with how this is being used.
Indeed. I will be honest with you, Catalina, but my people have never really made many steps into this kind of technology, so it's new to me.
Let me share with you what I know of this technology. I will share as much as I possibly can. And she will try and, like, educate him as much as she can with the relevant information in her own head.
Okay. Again, it takes a bit of you if you're just sitting there trying to like piece together your thoughts and memories in like a sensible way, which he does help with if you let him.
Yes, of course. She's
And-
happy to
and
let
kind
him
of-
guide it.
He kind of organizes your thoughts and memories into like a PowerPoint presentation, and then just watches it go through, and then after that says, I feel like there's a lot more to this than you know and have seen, but this is useful.
I will also share what I know of the Tazi situation.
He says, well, I only have one thought in mind, if I'm honest with you, but you may not like it.
It's okay. My current idea is very, well, maybe futile.
I see from your memories that you currently have on board one of our genetically engineered strantids going by Molly, yes?
Oh, duh.
At this point, my only real suggestion with the information at hand would be to temporarily vacate your body and find a new one.
Oh, I don't feel like that would be very useful. Would it not just relinquish my body entirely?
Well, if you could do something smart with your body at the same time, then you can not have to worry about it anymore.
And where would I go? I'm not exactly a robot. I can't just transfer my consciousness.
No, but Molly can. At least, maybe. We ran some trials. It was a bit of a hit and miss kind of situation back in the day, but it's entirely dependent on how your Molly has developed with her master. You might be able to, but then the only other question is of where your consciousness would go after that. Molly should be able to hold it for a time, but the longer it's held onto and the more it's forced to repeat, the less intact it will become, and over time it will degrade and die.
Good to know. Well, I guess that is last resort then.
Alright?
Better than dying. Maybe.
That is true.
Thank you very much for your time today.
A pleasure.
And your counsel, if nothing else. It was nice to be able to share my situation with someone.
Now, Katalina, I will assure you that things are going to be okay. Because I feel like you need someone to tell you that right now.
I appreciate the sentiment.
Right? Now, make sure to compartmentalize our conversation so that the past, future me, in any future conversation, can recall what we discussed, please.
Duh, I shall do this.
Okay. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Put Mentor's orb back in your vault and seal it up.
And then she just says out loud, so what did you think? Oh, is that all you saw? Is that all you understood? Nothing. It was like a dream. Just a dream. And she walks off with a very big grin on her face, back to the workshop.
Okay.
Her questions have been answered.
So, at this point, I think it's time to bring it on to Dimitri, because you've just been, for the most part, on the bridge of the ship, like poodling around, making sure to navigate through regular space.
That's what I do.
Indeed. You're probably in there with Molly, of course, and I think Lucia is just... I'm going to be honest, I think Lucia is on edge. So she's, like... She normally just, like, hangs out and chills and does whatever, but she's taking, like, an active interest in where you're flying, what you're doing, and what's going on. She seems nervous to you.
Sorry, who was it? Lucia?
Yes, Lucia. She's just like on the bridge in one of the command chairs, like going through comms and the radar, and also just like physically looking out, and seems to be looking for something, or at the very least is concerned.
Lucia, if you touch that button one more time, I'm going to break your fingers.
But I was told to hit refresh if you don't see what you want to see.
That is not quite what that is for. Like, what is wrong? Like, you're hitting buttons, you're spinning around in the chair, you're touching things all the time. Like, just sit. Like, steal. Like thing you make vodka in, steal. Tell me what is wrong.
This place makes me uneasy. There is lot of control. I don't.
It is not it is not the system that I left. There is too many people going, oh, you we don't know who you are. You need to come with us. No, fuck off. But pounding on the refresh button would not show you what you want to see. What do you want to see?
I want forewarning in case bad happen.
That is not how universe works. Most times you can only react. Hopefully you react in the right way.
Okay, that's good point. She swipes across, like dismisses the radar and the comms, and just brings up the HUD for the gun control and goes, better?
Look, it is good to be vigilant, but you do not need to be so nervous about it.
But big gun, shoot, kill problem, yeah?
Sometimes big gun make a bigger problem.
That is true. I have spent enough time with Lucky.
Look, keep an eye on the radar, keep an eye on the communications, but just maybe not quite an active role. Make more passive observer.
Okay, she like leans back in a chair, kind of puts her legs up, like pulls up the comms and the radar, and then just like pulls open like the game app, and then just sends like a request to play ping to Pim for a game of checkers.
See, better. Look, it is actively looking for trouble will often bring it to you.
And if I actively play a game of checkers against Pim,
then you'll actively lose.
Well, I don't think it will bring trouble to ship, but it might bring trouble to you.
Nothing new. And she starts playing. Pim, are you going to respond to her request?
I'm not sure what's
Uh,
happening.
you have Pim has received a ping through like the ship's game, like subsystems, basically requesting that she play a game of checkers with Pim.
I don't think you can hear us.
No? Oh dear.
Yeah, his thing's playing up a bit.
Oh no.
That's why I said
Okay.
type it in here. I just said Lucy's
Oh,
playing
yeah.
checkers with your
Cool.
response says yes.
Oh, good. You can hear. So yes, she just. Oh, dear me. It seems as though Michaela's hearing us through a tin can.
Is this where I take all the string tighter?
Yeah, probably. So, Lucia just leans back, starts playing checkers, and this one just like occasionally glances up at the comms and the radar. That's what she's doing.
Oh, good. Now I can relax also because I'm not going all the fucking time. It's very distracting, like when she's like all the fucking time. Like, it's just, it's a terrible way to fly.
Cool. Okay. Okay. People seem to have kind of mellowed a little bit. Is anyone actively doing anything right now?
Yes. Lockie is going to key in the code that Katalina gave her.
Okay. So you key in the code. It gets converted into a line to call through. It seems to be like the caller ID seems to direct to Yakootah Shady Creek Old Folks Home is the ping that it goes through to.
Okay. Does it get an answer?
It does get an answer after a few rings of. Hello?
Hello.
I'm sorry, dear. You'll have to speak up. I'm not as young as I once was.
That's fair. I've been told to say Catalina asked me to let you know that she's in for maintenance, but she's a bit tied up at the moment. She's asked me to be her
Don't know a
temporary
Catalina. Is that a book? Is Catalina a book? It's not what I'm familiar with.
Huh. Well,
You see,
I was told that you would be familiar with her.
since I see no reason to know someone by that name. It's a silly name anyway. What kind of self-respecting person would go by Katalina? It's too obvious.
Well, I guess I might have got the wrong number, but what I will say is she might be in a spot of trouble at the moment, but we'll help her through it.
Hey, dearie. Ta-ta! And she hangs up.
Well, that went about as well as I expected it to.
I think Catalina had some information that she forgot to share before you made that call.
That was great.
I feel like Catalina knew exactly what she was not sharing with me.
Yeah.
Yes, she did, but the message got across, so it's fine.
After that, he's gonna hold the phone up for a bit and just be like, "Okay, hang up, back to gun."
Yep.
And
Start.
I'm gonna basically spend some time working on repairing the pistol.
Okay, I'm just going to check the rules specifically regarding to duration of repairs and modification for things like that.
Mhm.
If a mod goes without maintenance for 24 hours, it stops working. If a mod goes without maintenance for a week, the entire device it's attached to stops working. That's what's happened to you here.
Yep.
Weapons can no longer be used in combat. Armor no longer gives protection, seizes up, or is too dangerous to wear. And other devices simply stop functioning. A maintenance backlog on a device can be cleared by an hour of work by a technician capable of maintaining it, which you are. So
Yeah.
it'll just take you an hour of sitting down, basically pulling out all gun cleaning tools and like fine tuning and tightening everything. Now, since you are currently actively like making mods and maintaining mods, can you please maintain a list on your character sheet of the
Yes.
equipment you're currently actively maintaining? And we'll just assume that happens in the background because that's how it's designed to work in the system.
Not a problem. I will make that list.
Okay, excellent. Also bear in mind that the suppressor that is listed on the gun isn't actually a mod, it's just an add-on, so you don't have to count the suppressor as something being maintained.
No worries.
Okay, so you are tinkering away at that. Anybody else?
At some point after, like, going over the scans with Dr. Lucy and getting the injector fixed, I would probably send out a message to all of the crew saying that I want them in the med bay at some point over the next 24 hours for a medical.
Okay. Full healing call is sent over the ship. What is the actual wording of the announcement? Because if you're like jumping on the internal PA, I'm curious to know what that sounds like.
At the moment, with how Charles is, it'd probably just be crew. Over the next 24 hours, I want each one of you within the med bay for a medical and scan. And I will not take no for an answer. That is
Pim
all.
would like your blood.
Pim's not getting it.
Oh, well, that doesn't seem fair.
Father,
I'll-
don't you love me?
I'll reply on all comms. Yeah, whatever. I can go first if you want.
Fine.
Objections?
Objection.
I meant to anyone else.
Objection!
I want to go first.
See you there in 5.
All good, I'll be in the med bay.
So, Darius, you make your way into the elevator, ride on up, and walk into the med bay. Dr. Charles, have you made any special preparations in the med bay for like giving everybody a once over?
Basically just there is 7 injectors. No, 6 injectors because Pim doesn't need them. Of tailored antigens and stuff for the trip to. If I'm doing both Harbona and Yakootah.
Okay.
Just for basic vaccinations and stuff for the planets.
Fair enough.
And a bioscanner to scan people.
I know it's not happening, but just the mental image of all 15 Pims queuing up like around the corner from the med pay, then Darius is behind him is just very funny. Come on, Pim, get out of the way. I don't know why that's. I thought it happened. It's funny. Okay, so Darius, move yourself. Where are you right now? On the ship map. You are green.
Oh.
There you are. Whoop, gotcha. Do you?
Morning, Dr. Charles.
Morning. Can you please lie on that bed?
I am lying down, but what do you want?
Well, I need a bioscan. The easiest way to do it is for you to lie in the bed for about a second.
All right, yeah, sure. I jump on the bed and just... Hey, Charles, how long can someone's lungs not work for?
How do you mean? Like not work?
Like
If the lungs stop working, you die in the amount of time you can hold your breath.
Right.
Basically how it goes.
So, what? 2 minutes if you're fit?
There are people that have trained to hold their breath for 10.
10 minutes, holy shit.
It
Yeah,
takes
alright.
a lot of training, but
Yeah, oh, don't give me the fucking antigens. I don't need the needle. I live on this planet. We used
you
to.
lived on this planet. All of the things have been updated. These are for the most recent lot of vaccinations, okay?
Yeah, because I totally trust fucking Yakootan's vaccination records. You know what? Fuck it, fine.
I've looked through
And I
it.
stick my arm out.
I just one injector.
Yeah, okay. Next up. What would your opinion as a doctor be if a bioscan might kill a patient, but you don't know what's wrong with them?
Why would a bioscan do that? It's not invasive.
Just hypothetically, say someone had a gun to the person's head, and if you bioscan them, they die. And you can't do anything about the gun. Yeah, look, I know this is really trite and conceived, but just go with me for a moment here.
There are older ways to diagnose, ones that have not been used in a very long time, and we don't have the machinery for it here.
Right, right. What about if you were on camera and you make the wrong move, the person gets a face full of lead?
You're talking about a hostage situation.
Yeah,
And
yeah, about that.
how am I to gauge the wrong move?
You know, Dr. Charles, what if you didn't know what the wrong move is?
I would try to administer help as much as possible, and if it came down to it, use my powers if I need to.
Right, right. I grab Dr. Charles by the cuff of his jacket and pull him really close.
I'm not wearing a jacket.
Whatever you're wearing, I grab you by the
Shut up.
collar and pull you really close so that I'm whispering in your ear. And what if there was someone in the crew right now who I'm pretty sure Dotak's taken the control over? And if you bring her in for a medical examination, you'll probably kill her.
These are routine. They get done on every planet. All I'm doing is getting her a bioscan, which, if she is under his control the normal way, I won't be able to tell.
This is something different. I tried.
And then giving her her injections, which need to happen.
I just sort of let go and lean back.
If
Yeah.
it is a hostage situation, we need to make it appear as everything is normal.
Charles, I don't know how much of the ship he's got control of either at the moment. You can see that Darius is looking increasingly paranoid. Like, this is the first time he's walked into the room and, like, instead of opening the door with his mind, he's opened it manually. Instead of just little shit like all the technology that he's avoiding, you just notice because he's always got his compad in hand. It's not at the moment. He's just, yeah,
If
right.
you want to keep this secret, you need to let me do my job. Because otherwise, as a medical professional, I would not allow anyone to leave the ship if they had not been vaccinated properly. Get
Yeah.
the point?
Yeah,
I
I,
want to keep it under wraps. So whoever is being affected, I need to treat them like a piece of the crew. Otherwise, people are going to know what's up.
yeah, right. Okay. Charles, I think we're fighting a war on a front we can't win.
You've seen the extremes that I will go to win a fight for this crew.
No, not like that. Like, you guys fight physically, right? I've always fought in my head. Sometimes against myself, usually against machines. But, like, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Probably in about a day and a half, turn off all your electronics. You done with the vaccines?
Yes, you just need the shot. and I've got
Yeah,
your scan,
sweet.
so I can look over it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just checking for any damage from the surgeries and everything.
Yeah. No, fine.
You need to go relax and go lie down. Doctor's orders.
We'll see. And I just get up and walk out the room again.
Okay.
And I just sort of go on the comms again. Who's next?
I'm bored. I'll come. Club?
English as well, yes.
You make sure
English is not first language. Go fuck yourself.
you make sure the ship's course is good, activate autopilot, and jump up and head over there.
Lucia, watch console. Don't press the red button. Oh my god.
I'm not pressing any button, okay?
For the record, the red button just like flashes. I told you not to press this on the screen.
Okay, so Darius, you head off back to your room.
Yeah.
Okay, and then Dimitri, you making your way back up to deck 1.
Fly.
Boop. Okay, and you enter the room.
Hello, Doctor.
Dimitri, please lie in the bed for a moment.
Are you going to perform an experiment?
No, I'm taking scans and giving you vaccinations. Please lie in the bed for a moment. For
Oh, for going
everything
on planet.
Harbona and Yakootah, please
Sure.
sit in the bed.
Fill me up.
Sure.
I lie in bed.
You jump on the bed. It
Grab
hums
the
for a
bioscanner,
moment.
just
Yeah, it like the bed just goes ding.
Does it scan funny because Molly's sitting on me?
The scan includes Molly. I'd say. So,
I start looking at the scan. I'm like, can Molly please get off your chest for a moment?
can't be.
I just need to scan without you on there. If you want, you can get your own personal scan.
Molly just like jumps off his chest and lands on the next bed over.
I press the scanner on both beds to get scans for both.
You
Molly shows
At
up
the same time, I'm
as a-
thinking to myself, looking at the injector, going, I'm not sure how this would work on Molly. That's something I'm not going to do yet.
mess with.
So-
Was it alien biology?
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
need
don't
to do
give
that.
don't give an alien bug a human vaccine.
So basically, just do the scan, and I'm like, just your normal vaccinations, and then go to inject him in the arm.
Just a little prick.
Yes, you are. So I inject.
I will get you later. I know where you sleep. You sleep.
That's nice. I locked my door. Okay, you are all
That's what
done.
you think.
And now I have a scan of you, Molly. Thank you very much.
And how does Molly look on the skin?
Like an alien bug that I haven't studied the physiology for yet.
Huh,
I'll get
well,
there.
you go.
She jumps back on your shoulder, Dimitri, and heads out with you if you leave.
Let us go back and see if Lucy hit the big red button.
So, as I just go, who's next on the thing, I'm going to be looking at Dimitri's scans to see if there's anything abnormal that I can see.
Sure.
While I
Roll me
wait for the
tech.
next patient.
Roll me tech medical, please.
I'll be just as surprised as you.
It's a 7.
7. Okay, you probably wouldn't see anything too noticeable. I think. Wait, when was the last time you scanned him?
When was the last time he was badly injured?
Has he ever been badly injured?
No. No, he has
Okay,
not.
so this is probably the first full body
I
scan.
would have done a full body scan when people were first entered the ship.
Sure. I believe, Dimitri, you mentioned that you had been recently making changes to your diet as you were getting closer to Harbona, yes?
Duh.
Okay. With a 7, you would probably be able to note those changes, that he's kind of amended his diet from one kind to another. Aside from that, he seems fine, fit, healthy. Perhaps like not the strongest, or not the most intact liver after all the vodka, but he's healthy enough.
What are you
I'm like-
talking about?
I'm just thinking to myself, I'm gonna have to fix that later. And at the same time, a message pops up on my screen. I reply to it, and then just keep waiting for the next person.
Okay, cool.
Suppose I'm up next.
And then Lockie. Okay.
He's gonna mosey on in the power armor.
Uh-huh. Just a quick aside, Dimitri, you get back onto the bridge, and it seems like Lucia has pressed the red button about 24 times, each one bring up a new prompt saying you shouldn't have pressed this, and she's just like panically pressing it more times, hoping it'll all go away, but it's just making it.
just fills the screen with the screen gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it goes black.
Yeah.
And then you can't see anything out the fucking window.
Yeah.
New screensaver.
Yeah. It's just a big picture of Dimitri going.
Yeah, so Lockie's gonna walk in the power armor and just be like, so, examination. What's this about?
You've recently had quite an invasive surgery. I need to check on the health of my crew. That's why I'm here. I'm a doctor.
I feel all good. Puts 2 thumbs up and he turns to start walking out.
I grab him with telekinesis
Oh,
and
so
hold him still.
so
I'm like, Lucky.
Well, he would feel a force applied to him, but I don't think your telekinesis is. Wait, is it strong enough to just keep him from moving?
No,
I
it'd
think
be
so.
if he's if he's not ready for it, it might sort of spin him around a bit, but that's about it.
Okay, so you reach out and Lockie, as you're leaving, you feel the equivalent of like a pair of arms around your chest, and you're kind of like.
He's just gonna be like, and then
You need your
the
vaccination.
back of the suit's gonna open up, and he's gonna step in. He's like, it was worth a shot. All right, and puts his arm out for it.
Just sit on the bed for a moment.
I'm good.
I need the scan.
Demands. Jumps down on the bed. Let's get this over with,
Joys of
Doc.
being a doctor. Press the button.
Yeah.
Grab the ejector.
Completely.
I'm like,
Arms out.
thank you. It's all I needed.
Oh, is that all?
Yes.
Oh man, examinations back home took much longer. Glad that's over with. Cool. Jump back, jump
joys
into the
of-
suit.
Having better technology,
Yeah.
I guess.
Out. Thanks, Doc.
See you, Lockie.
Who do you want in next?
I think there's only Katalina and Lucia left.
I'll grab Lucia. And he'll go
Okay.
off to grab Lucia. Or at least attempt to find Lucia.
She's on the bridge with me.
How much have you scolded her since getting back and finding this?
Me? I'm
Yeah.
just rolling around the floor laughing.
She's like, as soon as she sees you, she would say, "What did I do? What do I do? What button do I press? Is it a different button?"
See, the thing about the big red button is it's a distraction because next to it is a little red button, and the little red buttons all stop.
Oh god, yeah.
So if I just let her go and said just keep an eye on the console, she would have started pressing all the buttons, and then one of them would have stopped us.
That would have been
So
very bad.
don't press the big red button
Okay.
because elephant in the room. Anyway, no, I'm just laughing at her.
Yeah. So
And then I just say like, go sit down, and turn around and face the back door. And then I just fiddle under the console and reset the screen. So
she does that, looking kind of like forlorn and sad about not quite understanding what you've done. And then Lockie, you walk in, seeing her look kind of like probably the most reserved you've ever seen her.
He's just gonna pause for a moment, just like, all right. Doc wants you.
Oh, that announcement include me? Oh, God. Whatever. Let's get this over with. And she.
that is just you. I have already seen the little prick.
It's just a stab. Okay, that's fine. And she jumps in the elevator, meets Dr. Charles and Maybe.
Do I see anything on Lockie's scan?
and
And also Darius's scan?
The scans from both Lockie and Darius see 2 sets of like post-op wounds that have been closed quite tactfully by Dr. Lucy from their cyberware being removed. You could probably heal them more quickly if you tried, but they're like plodding along just fine, healing naturally. And she's done all she could. Aside from that, Lockie's jacked.
It's like body fat index is 5, and it's like
His cholesterol is a bit high though. Too much bacon.
slight liver damage from alcohol in.
He actually doesn't
Vitamin?
drink all that much.
Oh, okay.
Although, having said that, the alcohol on his planet was probably closer to pure petrol.
Probably didn't react well with your system,
Yeah.
but you've been away from there long enough that it's.
But
Not
he's
too
jacked,
bad.
man, so it doesn't matter so much.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Lucia shows up at the room.
Yeah.
You're like, Lucia, can you please sit on the bed for a moment?
Okay. And she just kind of like sits down, leans back, and is like,
Scan.
okay. Sits
And
up.
grab the injector, and I'm like, please.
Ah. What? No warning, no calm words, no. Oh, look over there. It's just stab. Wear your bedside manner.
At that point, I go into my med kit, pull out a lollipop. I'm like, will this do?
Snatches it, says, thank you. And then walks out.
I'm like, can you please grab Katalina for me?
Oh, okay, sure. Where are you, Katalina?
In the workshop. She's
Okay, so
trying to finish her machines.
cool. So as Lucia is going down, Lockie.
Yes, so as Lucia leaves the medbay, Lockie's going to be standing at the medbay door holding one of the pimbots. And bring it in.
What,
Let's go. Got your next patient right here, Doc. Full
Just
body
like-
examination.
just like holding him under the arms.
Yeah.
Like a baby.
Carry it in.
Oh, full body examination. Okay.
And Pim's just going to start stripping.
Pim, stop.
Very, very sexily, might I add.
But naked within seconds. So is the core routine to get naked as quickly as possible.
I am
And
ready.
immediately, Lockie's just going to leave and seal the door behind him.
I grab the intercom. Lockie, I'm going to kill you.
And you just say, gotta catch me first! Run.
But there is now a butt naked, impeccable specimen of a human being standing in front of you.
Pim, can you please put your clothes back on?
But if I put them on, how can we do a full body examination?
It's called a bioscanner. You also don't need one. You're a robot.
Lucky lied to me. Is this a prank?
Your frames
like
can't
it.
get sick,
I
so
refuse to put the gloves back on. Good day, Mr. Charles. And naked Pim is just going to walk around the ship.
Oh gosh.
I go over, pick up the clothes, fold them up, and put them off to the side and wait for the last patient.
Okay. At this point, Katalina. Yep. Sorry.
I'm just like, I'm so waiting for this naked thing to appear. Ah, so it's that time of day, is it?
So. So, Catalina, you're in the workshop. Are you actively tinkering away, or not
Yeah.
doing much?
She's building her things again.
Okay, you
Well-
are working away.
Yep.
Can you please roll me 1d20 and then another d20 after that, please?
This makes me so scared.
Is this for me?
No,
I
it's
can't tell
Catalina.
what it is because there's a cat.
Okay.
Oh shit, that's a 10
Okay.
and an 11.
Okay. Cool. Lucia walks out of the elevator, pokes her head in, and says, "Hey, Doc wants you."
Right. Yep. Right. Okay. And
You
she'll
good?
just stop what she's doing and go and see the doctor.
Bye. She walks off, and you
Duh.
ride the elevator up to deck 1,
Yep.
and are there with Dr. Charles.
Ah, last patient. Perfect. That means I can get on to other projects. Can I get you to lie in the bed for a moment?
Is this even going to work, Charles?
It's a bioscanner. I don't see why it wouldn't.
Right. Okay.
Are you all right?
Just a little bit nervous.
I've scanned you before. Why are you nervous?
No. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Just on that bed, please.
Sure.
As I turn around and start loading the injector again.
She's gonna lay down, but she does look kind of oddly nervous.
And I like turn around, got the injector, and then we do vaccinations. Okay?
Right. You'll have to take out implant first,
Which implant?
cause you can't use a needle through her skin.
Yeah,
Hmm.
no, but we've got
So,
the
yeah.
injector spot in your arm.
Yeah. So you have to take
so-
out the iron thing, and yeah, that's all
Yeah.
she was referring to.
So I press the button for the scan and wait for
Yep.
that to complete its cycle before I
Yep, that's
move
done.
over. I'm like, roll up the sleeve, pull the implant out, pop the injector on, inject, pop the implant back on the top. That's it. That's all I needed.
Let me know.
Now
if-
you're ready if we go planet side.
Thank you. Let me know how my cyberware is maybe looking.
Yes, the scarring and stuff from Loki's and Darius's one was pretty bad. So
Oh, I got your message, by the way. I forgot to respond. I will let you know.
yes, that's just giving you options.
I would like to do this before I go home.
That's what I remember you saying. And luckily enough, with the stupidity of Papadias and immense amounts of pain, I think I now have a handle on the regrowth part of my ability.
That is
Trust me,
good
it
to
took a
know.
while to knit my body back together.
Mm. Right. Well, thank you, Doctor. I don't need anything else from you, I suppose. Maybe some more
No, no.
iron at some point. I'm only.
I'll just come past the tech lab at some point, and I will make up another batch for you.
I've only been putting one dose of a day at a time. Just
I don't
some,
think that's enough.
just something a little bit less than usual.
You realize that that's going to affect your health.
It's fine. I feel okay.
You will feel okay. It's the fact that you will become anemic if you don't get enough.
I will make sure it's not that little.
Okay, just be careful.
It would be
And
okay.
by the end of the month, I want you in here again because I want to check that we've got the dosage right.
Sure. I will come and see you again later.
Okay,
I have things to get back to.
I'll leave you to it then.
Duh.
As she leaves, I like pack up everything and I sort of walk with my data slab back to the advanced lab while looking at her scans.
Okay. All right then. You make your way into the advanced lab and you bring up the scan from Catalina. Please roll me a tech medical.
Roll high. Roll high.
I'm like, do I want to roll this or do I want it on camera for this roll?
I can if you want. Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Do it.
All right.
2d6.
Oh!
What was that?
4
That's
and a 1.
5 on the dice.
That means it's a.
My dice have been rolling like shit tonight. I'm
So
gonna
am
get
I
new
using
dice.
wisdom or intelligence for these?
So I'm going to say wisdom would also make sense because you're trying to perceive something within the scans.
That's a 7.
See, those dice are
Okay.
better. I'm gonna use those dice from now on.
7.
And that one
her-
betrayed me.
Well, her body is gradually transforming into metal, just as you expected. The progress is about where you expected it to be as well. So like she has like I need to get the thing. Hang on. Human cell placement rate diagram. There we go. Okay. Give me the thing. Heck. Better quality image, please.
Give me the thing. He says it is closely to the camera.
Give me the thing. There we go. Okay. Cool. Her muscles are making very gradual progress towards being entirely replaced by metal. At this point, her liver is probably close to half metallic. Intestines completely gone. Fingernails are already gone. Skin cells done. A skeleton gets replaced every 10 years. So like 2% roughly. Like you can probably see like weird intermittent patches and a few veins of metal forming inside her skeleton. Her heart is partially replaced as well. Her heart endothelial cells, her actual heart muscle cells are unaffected. All of her red blood cells are now metallic. some of her fat has been replaced, and some of her her pancreatic growth that's still ongoing because of her age is turning metallic as well.
What about my lungs?
Lungs are not listed on something that gets replaced. At least I don't think. It might do.
So is it just that the cells become metallic, like they have an element of metal in them, not fully metal themselves?
Well, one of the core building blocks of a cell is something like
Mitochondria, but
contains an iron type thing, but that component has been replaced and modified, made stronger, and since her entire body has been made to treat that as the norm, every cell that dies gets replaced with one of these new cells that's like that. So as she grows and develops and lives, gradually her body is turning fully metallic like that. Her lungs are also gradually turning metallic at about the rate you would expect. No other information there.
At that point, I'm like, staring at my screen and noticing a pin bot above me, and just like, I'll be with you in a moment. And I just type a message to Katalina going, how's your breathing going? Because your lungs are starting to turn. And
she'll respond with some minor breathing problems, but I think that's anxiety. Should be fine.
Okay, if it gets any worse, I want you to come and see me. No if, buts, or maybes.
And she'll respond with, no worries. Or probably more along the lines of, yes, sir. Because she's a sarcastic brat.
Yep, that's what I was expecting. At which point, I think Pim wants me to help him with something.
Okay. Pim in the room.
I chose a soft marketing slogan
Nah,
won't ease
What's that?
the burden of this pandemic.
What was that?
Authorised Ahurst Liberal Party
Yes,
candidate.
Chris.
Sorry.
Liberal party. There's a liberal party on the Milan. This is not good.
Up the airlock. Up the airlock.
Oh, okay.
Text to the wall, text to the
Well,
wall.
Pim is private messaging. It's literally just messages, and he's asked Charles to help him work on. He's going to help Charles, or the two are going to collaborate on making what he was originally going to make, which is the tailored medicine, the tailored Lazarus patches that are tailored to an individual.
Well, as an initial component of that, you need a pre-existing Lazarus patch, and then it's just using the scans you have. It would be quite
And
important to make
the
sure that you can match.
tests I've done with the blood samples, yeah.
Yeah, and the full body scans. Basically, I'd say, considering how Lazarus patch is designed, there's a certain amount of like variety in the built-in dosage, and it's been programmed to administer so the Lazarus patch is pretty smart, and it does like a preliminary check of the patient when it gets applied, but it only has so much time to gather that information, so it just collects general information and then delivers as much as that patient needs. By you like programming in exactly all of that information very specifically, you can then make it so that the Lazarus patch releases like incredibly precise doses of exactly what the body needs to get like jump started again, which makes the DC lower for checks to apply it.
Mm-hmm.
Mikey, I've got 10 Lazarus patches at the moment.
Oh, excellent.
So yeah, that was it. Pim's not really talking much out loud. He's mainly just relying on messages because he doesn't want to talk. Except the naked Pim, for some.
who's probably like in the workshop
Yeah.
doing jumping jacks.
Catalina finds it very distracting.
I'd probably just be. I'd
very
probably help
mature.
him make one tailored to every member of the crew except for myself.
Except for you.
Oh yeah, I didn't ever get a sample of his blood or a scan of him, so he's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You.
I don't know
you
why, but-
actually, there is a scan of Dr. Charles on record from the time he was in the bed in Medbay 1. In fact, there's like a live feed, like full scan in progress of every step of him reattaching his body back together, which I'm pretty sure you saw Dr. Lucy make a copy of. Because I'm sure she's fascinated by the whole thing.
I suppose I could make it then.
Okay. Dr. Charles, please roll me tech medical. Same for you, Pim. Tell me what you got.
With intelligence,
Yes, of course.
Oh,
because I rolled a 2 and a 4, so I've only just hit 7.
I rolled a 6 and a 5, and that's a plus
Okay,
1. With
so Pim,
intelligence.
you were assisting, so you give him another +1, so it's a 13 altogether. Okay, so it takes some time with you guys sitting down and fine tuning these, but I'd say after a solid like half a day of tinkering and fussing, you get the exact amounts you need with appropriate variation of like maybe this person was just in a fight, maybe they weren't. So like tailoring things to allow for whether or not their system has already contains adrenaline or things like that. But you have a solid product, and you make one each for Katalina, Dimitri, Lucky, and Darius.
I'm going to put like stamps on them so that we know which is which. One's going to have a cup of coffee. One's going to have an egg. One's going to have like one of them Russian bez hats. One's going to have a stethoscope. And the last one's just going to have like angry looking hair.
Okay. So who's keeping these on their person?
I'd probably keep them in my med kit.
Okay.
So
You pack them away.
now I've got to type in Lazarus Patch 4, Lazarus Patch 4, Lazarus Patch.
Yes, you do. Get to it.
Why?
And I don't
It's
have to do
fine.
anything.
Okay. Is anybody else planning on working on anything or doing anything prior to your arrival at Colocatronis?
Yes.
Only what we discussed.
Okay. Yes, Alice?
Also, 1, let me know when she finishes her devices. 2, she's gonna go
Okay.
see Dimitri.
Cool. Just before you do that, can you roll 2 separate d20s one more time, please?
Fuck. Technically it's cocked, but it's
Then roll again.
it's almost a 2.
If it kept on rolling, would it be a 2?
I don't know. It's on an angle, but it looks
Roll
like
again.
it's mostly a 2.
Roll again.
All right. Not much better. That's a 5,
Okay.
and that is cocked. 18. Hey, I got a number. Hi, gorgeous.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what I'm rolling for, so I need better d20s, man. Fish out all my d20s. Find one that does not betray me. Well, those 2 are out of the question. They were below 10. captured you, kitty cat. This is where she just yells explicitives and goes and sees Dimitri.
Okay.
What is the
Passing
naked robot
notes
doing?
like children. Just
The DM.
doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, who's paying attention in the room? Just curious.
Pim, maybe?
Okay. Pim, are you paying attention through your Pims in the workshop?
Apparently not.
Guess not. Okay.
I would be in the workshop too, so I don't know.
Really? Okay.
Well,
Where
I
are you
don't know
working?
where else would I be there.
Fair enough. Okay, so then you would probably see, like, if not the... Actually, roll perception. With wisdom. See if you see her angry reaction or the event that caused it.
Oh, fuck, there's all my dice.
He rolls all of the dice.
That's 4
Total?
total.
Okay, then you just see... You would probably be working away, focusing quite intently on whatever you're doing, and then you just hear loud swearing in Russian, turn around, and you can see that Katalina was working on, like, a very, like, precise piece of circuitry, but seems to have slipped and has just, like, wrecked it. And she's gonna have to start over.
And she goes storming out of the room. Proceeding to continue to swear in Russian.
Fair enough.
Okay. Ooh. Fortunate. Okay. Katalina, you make your way up to the bridge and speak with Dimitri.
She walks over to Dimitri. Goes, Dimitri, you, me, Molly. Let's go do some meditation. I need focus. Please. Please. Just let's go to a place in mind together where we can communicate in tranquility. And by that I mean let us just shut down our brains and be quiet. I'm going to murder something.
Okay. Like, suddenly you were angry. Like, what is going on with you lately?
Too hard to
Wait,
explain.
never mind.
Just...
Wait, never mind. Sure, let's go.
Oh, wait.
Go to the
Also,
garden.
bring alcohol. I don't care what Darius said. I need vodka.
Sure. I reach under the console, and there's a little cupboard that is hidden in the darkness.
Okay, you pull out a bottle of vodka. Where do the two of you go to have this exchange?
Somewhere quiet and private.
Oh, I don't know. Give me a second. I'll have a look.
It
Where
doesn't
it
matter,
doesn't
to be
have
perfectly
him.
honest.
We go into the cargo lighter.
Okay,
Where's that?
cool. It's like it's on deck 4.
Ah.
Cool. So the two of you making your way downstairs. Cargo lighter, hanging out, crossing your legs.
And Molly as well.
Yes, Molly's coming. Okay. So the two of you sit down, cross-legged across from each other, with Molly kind of like bouncing up and down excitedly in between you.
Molly, can you help us? I need some of Dimitri's wisdom and guidance in some good old-fashioned meditation. Can you connect us, please? Is this okay?
And then you feel a psychic link established between the two of you.
I summon my mind pellets.
She
Okay.
sculls some vodka first.
Okay, so as you're feeling this twinge in your mind, you're just like, okay, let's do this.
And like in her mind's eye, she just goes up and gives Dimitri a huge hug.
And as you're hugging him, you basically see like what was just like a white blank canvas around you, kind of like everything comes into focus, and you can see a very pretty Harbonan forest grove kind of coming into focus. You're sitting in the center of a stand of trees. Everything's swaying gently in the breeze.
And it's raining, apparently.
Just a little bit.
And I'm like,
Just enough to make it fun.
it does not usually rain in the here when I'm here, but never mind.
Maybe
What troubles you? This is out of character for you. You are normally quite adept at doing this by yourself.
Duh, but sometimes I need to escape my own self. And you just see she like looks like she's breathing the biggest sigh of relief. Dmitri, my body is not my own, and I don't know how to fix that.
I don't understand. Last time I looked at you, you looked like you, except for like the metally stuff, but that is whatever that is.
I made a mistake, Dmitri. I fucked up.
And do you want me to get you for this? Like, we all make mistakes.
No, I need somebody to know that can maybe do something about it, because I cannot.
Tell me your problems.
Nobody asked what happened when I went down to see Dotak. No one would listen.
I figured that eventually you would tell me. If you thought that I needed to know, or that if it was so bad that you needed to unburden yourself.
I fucked up. I knew better and I still fucked up.
Well, look, I told you how many times, don't go, but you still, and then I thought, fuck it, she's made up her mind already, there's nothing I can do.
It was not the going that was the problem. When I got there, he took me on different train system, very, very far underground. And to a room with many computer and technological, and she just like visually shows you a picture of the room, and it's like it's like this room with like a whole bunch of like wires everywhere and mechanics and stuff, just like a huge server room almost.
Mm-hmm.
And we made a deal.
It is something to do with that shuttle on the ship.
This was my mistake. And she shows the events of her shaking. No, she shows you the memory of the little robot coming up to her with the nanobots. And her shaking the robot's hand. I was stupid. I should have known better than to think that by not touching the nanobot hand and only touching the robot, I would be safe. So now I am infected, and there is not much I can do because he uses the metal that is in my body to control it.
he making more nanobots though? That is the.
Da, using my iron implant. I don't know what to do. And there is a terrible part of me that goes, this is amazing because the things he can do with my body now could be so useful. He showed me that he could change my face. My
He
appearance.
did what?
It scares me. I am infected like Tazi was, but not just in the blood. But the very cells of my body are now infected with nanobots. He can change my form. He can make it whatever he wants it to be. But I have no
And
control
what is his goal?
to make sure that I carry out our deal. I fucked up, Dimitri.
And what solutions have you found?
The only
You
one
were
that-
making machines. Like, what do the machines do?
The only thing I can think of is to replicate the EMP machine that destroyed nanobots. The one that we took from the planet where we found Tazi. So that is what I have been working on, as best I can. But it's gotten to a point that Dotak does not trust me. And he keeps trying to sabotage what I am building. I need someone else to take over. I need someone else to do this for me. And I'm only hoping that this space where we talk now is safe and he does not see and does not know.
Can he read your thoughts?
I do not think so. I had a
So
conversation.
you think he can only read your actions?
He can see what I see. He can hear what I hear. He can hear what I speak.
That is physical reactions, though.
He has a way into my senses, into my physical body. He can also change my chemicals in my brain. He has been feeding me endorphins as a reward for behavior. It is both sickening and very addictive.
Have you tried drinking a lot?
Darius asked me not to. That is why I chugged half the bottle before we are in here. I'm probably gonna pass out pretty shortly.
No, it is not the same. Your body might slip, but your mind will stay ticking.
The problem is that he also punishes me. If he thinks I am betraying him, he stops me from being able to breathe.
Okay, so I need to.
I think Darius may have figured out a little bit of what I was creating. Pim should understand the design. I don't know how far of this ship Dotak has gotten to. Maybe you, Darius, and Pim can finish what I was working on. But I can't finish it. He is making it impossible. I can't even control my own body.
So what does he think this meeting is?
I don't know. But I will only ever tell him that it is meditation for my sanity. Not a lie at all. But I had a meeting earlier with Mentor, and it did not seem that he could understand what was happening, nor see what was being done. Only that there was very specific brain activity.
Maybe it is that he cannot see your thoughts.
I can only hope. But I also don't know how far this goes. And if
Unless you were repeating this in your sleep, then I think you are fine. I do not know this for sure, of course, but...
Dimitri, if I am compromised, I need you guys to kill me. I need to make
I
sure.
worry more. I worry more that the nanobots that he's been creating with you have left you.
That is my major concern. That is why I have been working so furiously on trying to make this explosive. This
Have you
EMP.
asked him?
If I ask him, he will only have attention drawn to my suspicions. He thinks of me like a toy. Something to
No, he
play
thinks
with.
I think he thinks of whole planet as. I think he thinks of humans as toys.
This is why I do not want to land on planet. Because if I am infected and this ship is infected, we do not need a repeat of another planet infected by nanobots. I do not want to be the cause of this.
What did your mentor suggest?
Oh, when we went to visit planet where we get Molly, they gave me Ob. Ob is, has like life essence in it, where I can communicate with a being of their kind. He is mentor.
Of Molly's kind.
No. The one who changed me. Pray. Or was it Mantis? I don't remember now.
But they know things about Molly, huh? Duh?
Oh, duh, you can talk to them if you like. I should have thought of this before. I'm sorry, Dmitri.
No, it is fine. Like, it is possibly good that we know now.
They did say that there is possibility to transfer my consciousness to another body. But I do not feel that this is right. It does not feel right. I don't want this.
What about if the soul has already left that body? Not dead, but something else.
This is... It would not be right for me to take residence in the body of another. It was their time to go, and it is time for the circle of life, for them to go back to the earth. It's not okay.
Unfortunately, no, it is not always the way it works. Sometimes the soul leaves the body for reasons unknown, and the body is left. It just becomes a shell, and people love the shell and they keep it alive.
But I would no longer be me.
You would still be you. You just look different, like you do now.
I suppose. I do not like how I am now, though. I do not feel like me.
Even better then. If you had a new you could... Well, you maybe couldn't look as nice as you do, or did before, but it would be you again. I'm sure there would be some period of adjustment where you work out that maybe your tits aren't as big as they used to be, or, you know, you have to stoop when you go through doorways, or something like this, who knows, but,
How do I put into words? I am not afraid to be someone else, but I'm afraid to not feel like I am part of my family anymore. It has been a long time, Dmitri, and I feel like I have changed so much since I have begun. I'm very afraid to go home in case I am too different from what they expect or remember. What if they cannot accept this different me? This is my fear.
then they wouldn't be your family.
I don't.
It is not always about the appearance of the person, it is their thoughts and actions and deeds.
Ha! I do not think of my physical appearance any less of a monster than my actions have made me.
Do they know the actions that
I know.
Ah,
Just one problem at a time.
like one problem at a time would be good. But I probably need to talk to Darius.
Can we please just not land on any planet until we figured this out? I do not want to infect any more than maybe I already have. I feel
Maybe more. Maybe.
I feel
Wait.
stupid for not thinking of this sooner.
Wait. Molly,
Yeah.
can you detect nanobots? Tiny little robots. They are being controlled, so they might have thought better.
Can't hear you, Rory.
Have they got a brain?
No, no brain. They are like very little robots with electrical signals going from one to another. Like very tiny
Like
mechanical
PIMs?
brains.
Like all the PIM robots that we have around the ship, but tiny.
A shot. Hang on. It's making me think something. I'm gonna say no. Molly just says, think so. No, sorry.
Molly?
Yeah?
What do you know about transferring consciousness?
Well, if you focus really hard, I think. Hang on. Whoa. I
Okay.
just got a lot of new thoughts. Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Dimitri,
Ah.
I think you need to have a meeting with Mentor.
Duh, I think I do. Like,
And
what the hell is what's happened to Molly?
To take Molly with you.
Oh, guys, I can do it. I think I can do it. I didn't know I couldn't. I didn't know I could until I asked myself I could, but I asked myself, and now I think I can. Wow.
Molly, you are positively delightful.
Yeah.
Molly is a shining example of memories locked in DNA. I can't remember the term for it, but that is what it is.
Exactly.
Anyway, Dimitri, I have said what I have said to you here. You cannot breathe a word of this outside of this mental space to anyone, especially not me. You need to act like nothing has happened, that you know nothing, and that this was just a meditation. Please.
Do you remember pencils and paper?
Duh.
They are not electronic. They work in space, they work underwater. Kind of.
Duh.
I mean, the paper gets. Anyway, I can pass notes. They cannot be read by electronics.
Dimitri, I am going to give you a code. Concentrate really hard. I will think about it, and I will try my best to visually represent it to you so that we can communicate. Is this okay?
Sure.
And she will essentially, I presume one of the code systems, Rory?
Yeah.
I presume that one of the code systems that we use at the archive, one that she's very familiar with, she teaches Dimitri so that they can communicate in code. In that mental space.
Dimitri, can you please make me a mental effect save?
Do I need to make a teaching or instructor roll or something?
It's terrible. Well, it's not terrible, but...
Yes.
I mean,
please
I'm
roll me.
visually showing it to him because it's in this mind space.
Yes, but it's still about how you phrase it in your mind. So please roll me instructor with intelligence.
Okay. Straight roll, guys. Straight roll. Nope. Nope. That was Snake Eyes.
Was that 2 1s?
Yep. I have been rolling so bad tonight.
No. So you try your best to convey this information, but you're maybe too nervous, too frazzled by what's been going on, and you can't piece together enough of your thoughts to really give it to him in a packet and just say, "Here you go." It doesn't quite gel.
Does it just take a long time, or he just can't understand what the hell I'm going on about?
No, I have no idea what the hell. Like, what is this bullshit? Like,
I'm sorry, Alice. You rolled the lowest you possibly could. Sadly, that's just an outright failure.
Fair enough. No,
I
I'll
rolled
take
a
that.
9 on a 13 save. Katalina, I need you to hug the trees.
Okay. I know where this is going. Alright.
Do you? Where is it going?
It's not like you haven't made me hug trees before. Except they were real trees, not in your mind space. Now that I look around, these are very strange trees.
Duh. But I think you need to connect.
It is ironic that all I want to do is disconnect. Is there a particular one you want me to go hug?
No. There is even a tree here for you.
Is there a tree here for Alec?
There is a tree. There is a tree here that represents every interaction I have had with somebody who has touched me.
Show me his tree.
I take her hand and I take her to his tree.
Okay. It's one of the bigger trees in here.
She just like
You-
very gently puts her hand on it.
Yep. Okay.
So the tree has all of my memories of the person. It has all my feelings of the person or for the person. And then also any like feeling I've gotten from them. Like so the smaller trees, like with the brief interactions with people, it's just like, you know, they're happy or sad or joyful or whatever. But Alec being my oldest friend.
Reach out, and all of a sudden there's a lot of available emotion hitting you. One moment you're seeing like mental images from the perspective of Dimitri. He's flying a fighter back and forth. You can hear the voice of Alec coming through the intercom, and Dimitri's gaze looks up at another fighter he can see above him that's like doing tricks and like playing around. And you can just feel like the joy and the freedom felt it in that moment by both of them. Then it cuts across, and it's the two of them sneaking out of the Demidov estate with 2 bottles of the family's finest, just kind of like tucked away, being all cheeky and mischievous.
Hey, that is how you feel when you're 12.
Then there's probably a shot of you standing over the grave of your grandmother and him being there to console you. It's very unhappy time. He's trying to make it a bit lighter for you as best he can.
Is me comforting him when his dog died. You know?
Yeah. And then the final thing you see is the view of Dimitri seeing the news footage of the cruiser going down over the surface of Harbona.
She steps back a moment, tears streaming down her face, and goes and hugs the tree.
Oh. You would probably receive a mental image of every single time you and Alec hugged in Dimitri's presence. In that one hug.
It's a collage.
Yeah, it's just a collage of like you across the ages for as long as Dimitri and Alec have known each other. Just all the times he's hugged you or shown any kind of physical affection towards you, you just see and feel it all in an instant.
She indulges in it for like a moment before she basically forcibly pulls herself out from the meditation.
So you just like let go of the tree or drop out entirely?
Entirely.
Okay, you...
And she
You disconnect.
grabs that bottle and chugs and just stumbles off to her bedroom and crashes.
Okay. Alright then. Dimitri, you've just gained quite a bit of new information. What do you do?
I am smiling through a wet beard, sitting in the garden, sitting in the cargo like that. So, well, I'll probably actually get up and go to the garden because I need dirt.
You go upstairs to deck 1, sit down in the hydroponics bay
With Molly.
with Molly.
Little one, you and I need to talk.
Of course. About what?
About what? About, genetic memory, perhaps? Like, things you suddenly remember that you didn't remember before?
Yeah, it's super weird, but I'm very okay with it.
It's, handy, I guess?
I think I can move a brain to another brain.
No, but we do not have another brain at the moment. We need to find one.
I think I can hold her for a little while, like a few days, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. That part seems fuzzy.
I think you would be cohabiting. You would be sharing your brain space with her, but your mental power is probably a lot. What is it? Capacity. Your mental capacity is probably greater than hers. So that is how you were able to hold onto her consciousness. Anyway, that only means that we have extra days to find. This is hard. I need to find Darius, and I need to find some paper. Should be paper. Oh, I know where there is paper. And I go to my room and I pick up my holy book and I tear some pages out.
Okay.
It can be replaced. Katalina cannot. I scroll some notes about nanobots and Katalina and Dotak in the margins, and I go and find Darius.
Okay. Darius, are you in the workshop?
Is that a yes?
Sorry, what was that?
Are you in the workshop?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Alright. I
Make
come
your
find you. with naked people.
Hang on one sec. I'm just quickly changing back the laptop. I'm having 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
In the meantime, we can move Molly and what's it?
Test.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, I'm good. Sorry, I'm good.
All good, we can hear you.
Okay. I come and find you working.
Dimitri.
Yes. That is, what are you working on? Like, it is not often that I'm in this room.
You see on the bench that Primal's core is rigged up to like 5 or 6 different things, and Darius just looks at you and goes, honestly, I'm not too sure.
Is that primal? Like your
Yeah.
big thing?
Yeah. So
Look, I'm really sorry about what happened to him. Okay.
No, it's good. He was starting to get a bit of bother in the back of my head anyway. Perhaps this way is easier.
Okay, like I didn't mean to lock him outside, and I didn't know. Anyway,
Yeah, no, all good.
how are you feeling?
Honestly,
Duh, like I expect honesty all the time. Maybe not so much from you, but I try.
at least you've learnt that well.
Look, a lot of the crew have been coming to me for discussion, I guess, about thoughts and feelings.
Oh, fuck. Please tell me you're not wanting me to do that too.
Yeah, look, it is not confession. I'm not that kind of priest.
All right.
But I am available if you have things you wish to discuss.
Look, I humored Charles earlier by taking antibiotics for a planet that I grew up on, so I'll humor you. What do you want me to do?
Oh no, it is not about what I want you to do. It is if you need to unburden your soul, come find me. If not, I'll say goodbye. And I reach out to shake your hand.
Yeah. All right, yeah, fine. I'll shake your hand.
I leave some paper in your hand. And that's with Tanya. Well, actually, it'd be more like Paka. Which is,
Yeah?
see you later.
Yeah, all right. I'm going to look at the note.
It gives a shorthand, hastily scrawled, abridged version of the conversation between Katalina and Dimitri.
Huh. Molly? Does she even answer to me? Hey, Dimitri! Yelling out after you.
Duh? What? Oh, that is. Duh. I walk back into the workshop. What's up?
Molly around?
Molly is always around.
Yeah, all right. Do the thing.
What?
Mental link
Ah.
established. Are you in the Mind Palace or just like in the room talking, but with your thoughts?
Probably just in the room. Like, I'll just. I'm trying to think. Can I mind palace and move my body to, instead of us just staring going at each other?
I imagine linking with Darius would feel really weird compared to most people. Because this is someone who stereotypically links with AI and converses with machines and things like that in his head. He's borderline sociopathic, and he's not really someone who's going to be coming across empathetically for this way. So if you're trying to drag me into a mind palace, you're going to find that it's going to be really strange.
No. Like, all right. Connecting with anybody through Molly is strange.
Yeah, true, but it's just like the response back.
Charles was in a nightmare. Catalina, I know. So like.
Yeah, the response back would be even more blunt and computer-like than you would be expecting.
You are linked telepathically.
What? Yeah.
You read the note?
Yeah, I read the note. So here's the deal. From what I'm aware of, at least, I'm pretty sure there's no known robotics that touches on psychics. At least, I don't know. That's sci-tech. That shit's weird. So maybe ask Charles about that. But if it didn't respond the moment you spoke to Katalina, then it's probably not going to respond here. So I would consider Molly a safe space for the moment. As for the problem, I got a
It
possible
is.
solution. One, it's not good.
She's well aware that the current best possible solution is just push her out airlock.
There's a second level. It's not quite as bad. If you get
Okay.
Molly to pull her brain out for a bit of time so she's at least not going to feel it. Her body's mostly metal, right?
Duh.
Well, what happens when you get a big ball of metal marbles and run a really high current through them?
It melts.
Bingo. So what happens if you get a plate of metal and run a current high enough to melt marbles, but hopefully not high enough to melt the plate?
I don't know. Metallurgy is not was not my favorite subject in school.
Look, my opinion, she's fucking dead anyway unless we do something. But
So
if
you think frying out the last little bits of flesh in her is the best way to do this?
I mean, if Charles is on hand, maybe he can keep her from dying entirely, but I reckon, look, you run a high enough current through and a magnetic force, try and pull all the nanobots into one area and weld them to her skin. It'll destroy them and probably most of her still intact biological cells. But if Charles can speed up the healing process, possibly replace a few organs, from what I understand, he just repeats the healing process anyway, so they'll come back metal anyway. And she'll effectively have a few 100,000 nanobots welded into her cells. But they'll be dead at least, I think. I don't know. It's a guess. Look, that is like pure hypothetical. But it could work.
Duh, good. Do you think that Dotak has disseminated these bots, or do you think that we are such infinitesimally small parts of the machine that it's better that he focus on her to get the goal accomplished?
No, I don't think he has. Think of it this way. If anyone's the wild card on the ship, it would be me. I'm the most likely to break in there and cause problems with Dotak. Dotak knows that me, Pim, and possibly Charles are enough of a danger to him outright that if he had the option to control us, he would take it. Why wouldn't he? So, no, I don't think he has. Yet, at least. But if we leave it too long, he absolutely will.
Also, you are not made of metal.
Probably, but Pim is.
The penis.
So it's either he hasn't had the opportunity yet, or he can't. Or Pim's infected and we're all fucked anyway, and it doesn't matter what we do.
I think it is more likely that he can't, because his nanobots they distort matter, but
Right. So
not
in that case,
they do not have active connection to Dotak.
right. So in that case is where I got my solution from. The only one I can think of is if it's her body is the problem and it's localized there, fucking fry it. Just drag her out beforehand so that she doesn't go insane from the pain and hope that Charles can fix whatever we fucking do.
Okay, I will talk to Charles.
Yeah,
Yeah,
look.
I feel like school kid passing notes.
I mean, I don't think anyone else is going to buy into this one, though.
Well, the only person that really needs to buy into it is Katalina herself.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm not even sure I buy into it. You fuck up the voltage for half a second too long.
Oh, that is
half
not
the
my
voltage
problem.
high.
Oh wait, is no, that's probably my problem.
Yeah, no, it's our problem. But if you fuck it up and we go too high or too long, you fuse a brain together. I don't know what will fucking happen. I don't know what happens if you half slag a robot human.
Okay, I shall ask Charles what he thinks.
Yeah. I don't have more than that. Sorry, this is out of my expertise.
It's outside all of the expertise. I don't think humans have encountered somebody who is half human, half metal before, or really that many rogue AIs.
I don't know. Give me time. I'll get there. And he just sort of grins and then severs the connection. Dmitri, if you're going to stand around in my workshop, don't fucking breathe over all the electronics. You'll make them fucking rust.
With my vodka breath, are you kidding? It is probably cleaning them.
Yeah, fair enough. Anyway, I'm gonna go get some coffee. I'll talk
Okay.
to you later if you want a drink.
Okay.
Bye, dog.
Making your way up to the med bay then?
Duh.
Okay. You headed up by Dr. Charles. What are you working on up there right now?
You're
Looks like
muted,
he's falling
Christian.
asleep.
I'm trying to think if Charles would be there or not.
Charles would be somewhere. And I'd be like, find an intercom. Charles!
He'd probably be in the advanced lab,
Cool.
looking over a few things.
So what are you looking over specifically when Dimitri walks in the door?
At the moment, the scans.
Of who?
Conveniently, Catalina?
I'd probably be starting from the beginning, so to be Darius. But going into depth and actually seeing if there's any, like bringing up previous scans and going through other things like,
Sure. His brain damage and that.
yeah. See if there's any progress or if it's advancing type
There's no
thing.
progress. There's no change. Yeah. In walks Dimitri.
Don't think I need to give you any more shots.
Maybe I like shots. I believe vodka. Shots?
Not at the moment.
You're not funny. Look, I found this piece of paper on the floor. I think you need to read it.
Paper? Who uses
Duh.
paper nowadays?
Hey, my whole book is made of paper. It has a great tactile feel. Also comes in handy when... Oh, look, never mind. You'll understand soon. Oh, can you also bring up scan of Katalina? Like, I want to look at her insides.
So weirdly phrased.
I'm not sure I want to put up a scan of Katalina. If that's the way you're going to refer to it.
Patient doctor confidentiality. Jesus.
Yeah, so
One of the
Charles-
things that would have happened is that as soon as I noticed Dimitri, is that the scan of Darius would have just gone
Oh.
out of view. And I'm like,
What's that? All tapped.
Yeah.
Basically.
I'll tap to porn.
Oh, what you hiding there, huh?
Don't worry, it's just pod.
scans type thing.
Dr.
Why do you
Paul,
need to
yeah.
see a scan of Catalina? Like, it's not something that you need to look
Read
at.
the note, and then tell me if it alters your perception of reality.
The note and get an abridged version of the conversation.
it, and then he gets the feeling when the skooma hits.
At that point, I'm like going through the saved scans and stuff, and I bring up Tarzi's scan.
Yep.
Bring that up. Bring up the scan of Katalina, and I start to compare the two.
Okay, roll me a Maltech, please.
Can I assist with this?
You can, yes.
That
Oh,
is
good.
oh no. What is that?
Add your intelligence.
Intelligence?
Mm-hmm.
Not wisdom?
No.
I'm being perceptive though.
If
The one is 5.
You are
all right, fine. You've convinced me. Add your wisdom.
Yay, so it ends up a flat roll. So it's an 8.
Okay, it's an 8. So you're like, you read the note. You bring up these scans. Doctor-patient confidentiality be damned, apparently, and you just like compare the two.
It's data that I probably don't understand anyway. My
Yeah.
technical is 1. I'm like, oh, scans, like cool.
Yeah. You're thinking, you're looking, you're assessing these, and you do not see any sign of nanobot activity inside Katalina. The main thing with these scans is the scan from Tazi was of nanobots that were actively breaking down her cells and assembling tumors out of them. And so the scan showed where they were and what they were doing because they were active. A scan of Katalina is just like a regular scan. It doesn't look like anything. It's just her.
There's something I'm not seeing now.
What are you looking at?
Give me a second.
No, just wait. Like, explain to me what are these? Like, I can tell they are different people, but
Tazi, Katalina. There's something different going on here.
what's happening with Tazi at this time?
This was one of the first scans I got of Tazi's infection.
Oh, the nanobot one. Okay. Come and have tea with me. Like 2 minutes.
Sure.
So we go into the galley, and I make him a cup of tea. And then as I'm sitting down, like mollywing to sleep.
So, Dr. Charles, you feel a very unceremonious mental tug of like you're standing there, like stirring a cup of tea in your hand, and then it's just whoop, and you feel Dimitri in your
I'm in
mind.
the mind palace again. I'm like, now my tea's gonna get cold.
No. This is going to be quick. Tazi's nanobots were active, doing something bad to her body.
Giving her cancer, basically.
Okay, so perhaps Catalina's. If Dotak has control of her in the way that she says, then that means Dotak would be aware of what you're scanning for when you scanned her. And would turn the nanobots off. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not a. She's compromised and she's alone in her head. Well, actually, no, she's not alone in her head. That's half the problem. But Darius has a solution. I'm not sure that it is the best. But Molly does have the ability to transfer her consciousness out of her body for a time. Molly thinks a couple of days at least.
What are we meant to do with it afterwards?
Put it back into her body if it is clear of nanobots. Put it in someone else's body if it is clear of soul. Put it into brain in jar. I don't know. This is outside my expertise.
How do you refer to a body without a soul?
Okay, you know how you go into a hospital sometimes and there's like body hooked up to a machine and there's no response? That is body without soul. Soul has left body
Most
for...
of those bodies are so damaged they could not survive without those machines. There's a reason the machines are there.
No. Those bodies do not survive because they have no soul. They have no reason to live. The only reason those bodies live is because someone on the outside wants them to. Oh no, you can't turn off Mr. Blah because he might come back to his body sometimes. Like, no, he's gone.
That's not always the case.
No, it is not always the
There
case.
are many medical studies of coma patients waking up 15, 20 years after the event that put them into the coma.
No, and sometimes they wake up knowing languages they never knew before and all kinds of crazy shit.
The thing is, at the moment, I don't know the extent of my power, so I don't know what I can do. So, if you remove Katalina from the body, there is no guarantee I can fix it. I know I can knit myself back together. That's about it.
All you need to do...
I'm pretty sure I can regrow Catalina's eyes.
All you need to do is keep her brain from exploding. At least. At minimal. She's lost to us otherwise. If we do not try to fix her, then she will find a way to fix herself, and that will probably... she will probably dive into sun or something. Or she will try, but maybe Dotak will... prevent her.
At the moment she is safe, that ship is so going into the star. That was an idiot trying to do a burnout and failing miserably. Fucking...
Yay!
I'm going to need to run some things. I'm going to have to use this supercomputer to figure out what I can and can't do. And see if there is a way to make this work.
Now we need to do two things. One, we need to drink our tea before it goes cold, and two, we need to act like we don't know anything is going on.
There's another thing that we can start trying to do. But it means talking to Pim.
Duh.
Molly, can you bring Pim in to here? Need to have a quick chat to see if he can do something.
He's super weird, you guys. So,
As
you guys...
in-
I'm like, Molly, Darius is super weird also, and so is Loki, and so is... Never mind, everybody is super weird.
So you guys are currently in the Mind Palace enjoying trees. In fact, I should probably play your theme, Dimitri, as opposed to the space noises. There you go. So yes, you are in the pleasant tree grove, and after further concentration by Molly, Pim, you are just chilling out in your core doing stuff, and you feel all of your attention is being requested by Molly. She's just kind of like, ha! This is weird.
Please.
Are you free? We need you in here for a sec.
I am not familiar with this kind of connection, but I suppose.
Okay, buckle up. And then you kind of appear very unceremoniously, just like appear in the Mind Palace. So here's a question: what is the if we think back to the Matrix, what is the residual self-image of Pym inside his own mind? What does he look like when he thinks about himself?
Basically, just a ball of symmetrical but ever-shifting code.
So Jarvis,
It takes the form of DNA. Yeah.
Yeah. Like Jarvis from Age of Ultron.
This is indeed weird. Yes.
Pym. I walk around Pym a couple of times, I'm
I feel naked.
Would there be a way to block signal coming from a particular part of the ship so that it can't escape one
Yes.
room? Like building a Faraday cage or something around the room?
It is extremely possible, yes.
Cool. We may have
All
to do
we'll
that.
really need is a large amount of aluminium and an electric current.
The situation is that the DOTAC has put nanobots into Katalina and is manipulating her entire body because it is made of metal.
Is
It is what?
is it possible to bring everyone in here so that we can talk it all together and figure something out?
If you try and... Sorry.
That is up to Molly.
She says, before, if people could get just a little closer, it would be easier. But I think I can do it from here.
If you want to move, get them to move closer by shouting at them first if you need to.
Okay, give me a sec. And you all kind of hear at varying volumes in your mind, hey! Ben!
Oh God.
You know what? I'm taking away the video game consoles from Molly.
And you guys, and basically she asked you guys to get closer to the physical location of Molly and then to just empty your minds. So that's directed at Catalina, Darius, and Lucky.
Catalina does not show up. She is passed out.
Okay, so the response to Dimitri from Molly is, Catalina's unconscious.
That is
In
probably
that happy tone.
that is probably for the best, right? Is it not?
She is.
So,
She drunk herself into unconsciousness.
Counting sheep.
So if you want, Lockie and Darius, you guys can get in range and connect if you want.
Locke's thinking what the fuck is going on?
He's not done this before and is maybe not okay.
Yeah, Lockie's one, a bit confused about it, and two, very busy on a project. So he probably actually will ignore it. So he doesn't really understand what it's about.
Okay.
Because all that's been asked is, hey, get closer. Hasn't really explained why.
Fair enough. Well, I feel like Molly would potentially elaborate. Be like, everybody's talking about Catalina. She's in danger. Do you want to help?
The moment she says that, it's just tools drop
She's
running
in
out the door.
danger. Real chance of death.
So yes.
Moment he hears that, it's literally tools that he's left the room before the tools even hit the ground.
Okay.
And all
So
we hear
then-
is clunk, 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 clunk.
Just like slide tackle into the room and then just I'm gonna empty my mind.
Which isn't hard.
And so yes.
All right, you little.
Wow!
So Lucky and one thing I think each of you would notice about the way Darius looks in this space is it's like certain sections of his body contain like patches of dead pixel. Like his full mental state isn't entirely there. Like there's like weird like data looking pieces missing. He's mostly there, but there's like awkward chunks.
Darius, you don't look so good. Anyway, never mind. Like, welcome to my mind palace. I would encourage you to touch the trees, but maybe not at the moment.
So, bit of emergency.
Elaborate. Everyone's up to speed.
So now everyone knows about the nanites. I was thinking we try to build a Faraday cage around the fighter bay and see if it helps.
You think signal is coming from Fighter Bay into Katalina?
She's been close to it the entire time, and we know that there's a shard of Dotak in there.
Pim, your bots could do this stuff. No, the rest of us have to act like nothing is happening. So,
possible for me to view a schematic of the nanobots?
we do not have
Did I just robot out?
insight in.
What was that?
Sorry, I think I just roboted out.
So good, you hear?
Maybe.
We don't
We
know
did
what
not.
they look like. We can't find them active on the bioscan itself.
Dotak is aware of Katalina's.
There is your problem. You are looking for it with a bioscanner.
This is
What would-
machinery. I mean, her
You need to
cells
look at it with a data tool.
are metal anyway. I doubt it would pick up through all that interference.
It's biological still. The scans I get are fairly clean at the moment.
But I mean, her cells are metal. They are metal too. They can just look like cells. You know?
This is a good point. I thought maybe perhaps because he was comparing it to a scan of Tazi who had active nanobots that maybe Catalina's who knew what was going on were not active and therefore hiding.
That said, too, we've got another problem. While the Faraday cage around the ship downstairs is a great idea, and I love it, and I wish we did it earlier, who says that the nanobots need a signal? They could be totally autonomous.
If that's the case, then we move on to other options.
I would think if they are
need to
controlling her
test
actions
them
and
first.
talking to her. The thing is, we cannot. She
They
said
could
that
just be increased.
she said that Dotek is aware of her actions, can see what she sees, hears what she says. So if we suddenly start doing all these tests on her, it's just going to do something. Like it will do something that we don't want it to. It will either kill her,
Exactly.
or hurt her, or make the man, or she will start shooting us, or who knows.
Exactly. So the only option I really see is to take an option that we know 100% certainty will make sure that the nanobots do not work after we complete that action and take her by surprise.
I am not condoning killing one of the crew when I don't know whether or not I can save her.
I mean,
Is it not better to try and save her than let her
we can
be fully consumed by nanobots?
we can do a test, Charles. If I cut off a finger, you can try and re-go it. We can get more complex. At some point, we'll see your limit.
Dimitri is literally chewing his nails in his mind palace, which is not something that usually happens.
Mm-hmm.
I can't drink in here, it doesn't work. I tried once. Okay, maybe I tried a few times, but
You need to give me a day or two. I
If
need
we
to run
make-
simulations.
There is no
we just need
simulation.
we need to keep her off land to some kind of excuse. Maybe ship is in quarantine.
It's still going to be
Because-
multiple days before we get to either Harbona or Yakootah. We haven't even.
We are
made
headed
it
for
to-
Calicatronis. We are like 2 days away. We need to come up with some excuse when we get there as to why we cannot land.
I
We don't
mean,
need to land. We're dropping something off and then we're leaving.
there's the other problem. Dmitri brought it up in our conversation, and I hope it's the case, but it could just be that he's unbroken and therefore it's not part of his goal yet. But those nanobots are producing inside her, yes. And I've made the assumption, an assumption is not good in my line of work, or any of our line of work, obviously, that they can't spread. Who says they aren't in our computer systems already?
Well, if they are,
And you
we're
run a
screwed,
bunch of
and we should just
diagnostics.
fly this ship into the sun right now. It's that simple.
Or we take the option and gamble and take an action on Katalina immediately, rather than running a bunch of simulations that might come out skewed anyway. But I mean, at the end of the day, the other possibility is that we end up with a corpse and Katalina's soul floating around somewhere that we don't know what to do with.
I am
So,
currently forming a hypothesis as to save her life. There is one possibility I have in mind, but it's not going to be fun.
Duh.
I was thinking back to our visit to that ship bay where we picked up the Milan, how lightning comes in and in large amounts. I was thinking if we somehow inserted that highly electrical metal into her body. While I know her body is itself metallic and therefore conductive, I want it to be excursive as well, so that the electricity will leave the body just as quickly as it arrives. When struck by lightning or electrical burns, there is always an origin and excursion point. When excurging the body, the electric will leave. Maybe if we limit the amount of time the electric will be in the body, but a high enough voltage will fry all of the machinery and leave
Yeah.
the biological intact.
it won't leave the biological intact if we're going to do this. Either way,
There
we're definitely
are
going to.
several cases of people surviving being struck by lightning. It causes momentary heart stop and could lead to cardiac arrest, but having Charles nearby to prevent that would be a better solution.
We've got to go a bit further than that, though, Pim. An EMP style of lightning level isn't going to be enough to seriously damage this. It'll just shut them down and then they'll turn back on. It's got to be enough lightning to melt them into slag. Thankfully, them being ridiculously small, it's probably going to affect them quicker than it will affect her cells. But the charge that would be needed, it would be fatal for anyone. We're going to be regrowing
Yes.
organs no matter what.
Yes, but in this case, it'll leave the framework of the body mostly intact, which is what I'm trying to do.
Okay, how do we get it inside? What, make a bunch of rounds for Loki's gun out of it? Actually, that's not a bad idea.
It is quite easy to bring a metal. If you use a form of flux, you can make it have the same temperature composition as mercury. It should be able to be injected into the blood.
Fuck me. Oh, alright. I guess that's my vote then.
If someone gets hit by lightning, there is a 1 in 3 chance that they will die. But with the Lazarus patches that we have designed, that chance becomes less than 10%.
And with the medic regrowing organs at the same time.
correct. I estimate we will need at least 6 to 7 seconds of high voltage in order to completely destroy all of the nanobots in her system. The problem is the dermis. Her skin, being as it is metallic, will also suffer major burns and scars.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a shit of thesis question, and I've had this conversation with you previously, Pim. But this is theoretically an approach I would take. But it's not my body, and it's not my mind.
We can take her mind out. It is. Then we have some days to put it back in.
Hey, Molly, what happens if there's no body for the mind to go back in?
I know this already. It dissipates slowly.
Yeah. The longer
Yeah.
the longer I hold on to it, the less it gets. It's hard to maintain the pattern after a while.
Perhaps we should store it on one of them glass drives.
And what happens to a body if it doesn't have a mind in it?
It
It
enters a
lives as long as you-
vegetative state.
It lives as long as the machine keeps it alive.
Correct. It will need to be put on intubation, dialysis, and a few other procedures in order to maintain the body's supply.
I mean, it's an option. It's better than an EMP.
And just to be clear, I would love to stick it up to Dotak and rub this in his face.
I have one last point.
Listen,
How do we protect ourselves from the nanobots leaving Katalina and coming to us?
leave that to me. I have studied Maltech before. I have an idea.
Charles looks like he's on board. Sometimes, Charles, doing no harm is the greater of two listeners. That was better. Fuck it. You can't always do no harm to fix things.
Darius,
Lo-
are you familiar with radio waves?
Pim, please,
Are
it's
you
me.
familiar with hyper radio waves that cause a melting point?
Yes, but I mean, that's going to do more than just cook the nanobots. That's going to slag everything.
It would be easier if some of you were in a safety pod or the cargo lighter outside the ship, of which then I can activate the radio waves.
Fair.
Are you thinking of like turning whole ship into a large microwave?
For a time, yes. There is a
It
chance
would-
I will die, but that is only about 30%.
You'd also
Loki,
cook all of the plants.
what's your take?
This is so far beyond my understanding.
Let's put it this way.
Like as you guys turn your attention to Lockie, you realize perhaps for the first time that he is inside a mech. Like his
big mech.
his residual self-image is him inside like a 2-3 story tall mech, just like gingerly stepping around trees.
I was gonna say,
Can't-
perhaps a better response is, "This is so far beyond my knowledge."
Let's put it this way, Loki. Let's say I had a tumor in my head and I was going to die in a week. But if you pulled out a gun and shot me in the head, you had a 5% chance of hitting the tumor and saving my life. Would you take the shot?
Probably yes.
You're all idiots.
No, we're not idiots. We're
No.
lovable and very, very crazy.
I
am
do
not
think
going
we
to
should
take
put a bit more trust into Catalina.
It
Catalina's-
won't work, Loki.
Catalina is losing. Catalina is scared and feeling vulnerable and alone. She She said to me that she's not in control of her own face anymore. That Dotek can change the way that she looks.
We can
We
try
can
and
change-
finish off the device.
Is there
I
any
mean-
way for us to work out if these nanobots do require a signal from the ship?
Not unless I can study one.
Can we not
Which is-
see or detect any radio waves between them?
Sure, with Catalina's optics.
Hmm.
Oh,
I would
actually,
need to.
I have the same optics.
well, yeah, you can see radio waves then. Look,
Just go visit her, hang out with her, and look at it.
If we can work out that they do require radio waves, we can knock her out, then blast that thing to hell.
sure. But in the meantime, what happens when she's knocked out? Does it completely destroy her brain in the few moments it has?
Well, they could potentially have a kill code, so we fire the EMP.
It's an option.
We could always have Molly on standby. Maybe she can snatch out her consciousness.
I think no matter what, we should pull Catalina out for a period of time, no matter what choice we're doing. But that aside, this is all up to Catalina. We've got options, but
Well, she would be in this conversation, except she decided to drink herself into coma.
Molly, can you forcefully intrude into an unconscious person's brain?
Duh.
Yes!
See?
Can you drag Catalina in here now?
What are you currently dreaming about?
Catalina?
Yeah.
Naked Pim.
I was gonna say,
Jumping jack.
she probably wasn't dreaming. She was probably just, like, in, like, you know, like that feeling of, like,
Alcohol-infused
floating in a
sleep.
swimming pool? Like, it's kind of lukewarm and just, like...
You're in a flotation tank, is what you think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like,
Dreaming
because
of.
she drunk herself into a stupor, so she wouldn't dream, she wouldn't think, she wouldn't...
Can you please make a mental effect save?
Nope. That's full.
You get pulled in. You aren't able to mentally resist the thought, and you're just
Wait, suddenly you take a big swallow of water as you sink it.
yeah, and then you are deposited into the Mind Palace garden, dripping wet, and you see all of your friends standing around you.
Well, you see all of your friends in a giant mech.
Yes,
I
and
must
I think
say that she's laying on her back in the middle of it, like,
yeah, just being like, "What's going on?" And I think
this...
at this point, we're gonna end the session.
We're this three.
Because it's 11 o'clock. It's been hard to find a good logical stopping point because there's been lots of like, ooh, let's talk to somebody else. Let's figure out a plan. And now you guys have a plan, and you guys can talk to Katalina about it next week.
Oh my god.
Apologies for that running along, everybody, but it was very, very hard to like say stop because you guys are all so good, and it's just such a compelling story.
Stop trying to make me cry, Rory. Oh my god.
You know what?
Okay.
I'm hoping you felt the feels, Rory. I'm hoping you felt the feels. This is my holy retribution.
Did feel the feels.
Actually, it's my own fucking fault for coming up with a mind palace full of trees that are like fucking memory representations of people I've met.
Mhm. This is entirely your own fault, and I love it. It's so good.
And of course,
I'm
Katalina
really pleased to be able to do that.
is going to go after her older brother because, like, he was essentially, you know, the person she looked up to in her life.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Jeez.
Let us
Insanely strong. Like,
let us raid somebody. The only other person I can see currently streaming on my list is somebody called Dex Bonus, but she's quite popular. So if we can aim for somebody a bit smaller,
Nerds
ideally.
of the West are playing Resident Evil 7.
Oh, that works.
And
Peachicles is playing
Rimworld.
Rimworld.
Okay.
Crazy Mango's playing Valorant.
So is Badger, strange enough.
Barger,
Probably
okay.
playing with Mango,
Yeah,
possibly. It's Mango from Swordcraft.
Ah, okay.
On mine it says
Cool.
he's just watching someone. He's not actually playing.
And Soviet Womble was playing Prison Architect.
Fair enough. Let's just choose somebody. Alice, dealer's choice.
Oh no, I'm tired, man.
Just you
I mean-
nerds.
Yes, you nerds.
Then eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Like, just
Go nerds to the west, my dude.
Okay, rating now.
Bye, everybody. We'll be back next week. See
That was
ya.
an intense session, guys.
Mhm.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, not intense at all.
That's like the closest I've gotten to crying in a session. So yeah.
Aww.
Yes! Getting there! One of these days, I'm gonna get one of you guys.
Good night.
Probably me.
Good
Me or
night.
her. Like,
You kidding? You already got me last